Welcome to round 5 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Shymkent, Kazakhstan. Yesterday, everything changed where we had Goryachkina and Humpy taking the lead along with Tan Zhongyi. And today, a critical game is going to be played here on board 1 between Tan and Goryachkina, 2 of our leaders. We've seen so much exciting chess throughout the tournament, and undoubtedly we'll see the same today. Follow the broadcast on YouTube to not miss any of the action.
Welcome back to the live broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. Today is round 5. We officially enter the midway of the tournament and everything is at stakes. I'm your host Irene Sukandar, still joined by my commentator, Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. Miro, today we're going... always nice to be here with you. And today we're going to watch lots of good battles, and especially among the leaders. Tan Zhongyi versus Goryachkina will be playing today, and those two are the leaders of the tournament so far.
Yeah, that's a very, very important game, of course. Let's not forget that we have a three-way tie, so Humpy Koneru is on the same score, but indeed the game of the round, the match of the round is Tan Zhongyi against Goryachkina.
And on the second board, we will also watch Munguntuul Batkhuyag, who yesterday managed to score her second win against Kateryna, but today she's going to take on Divya Deshmukh. And Salimova will be playing against Kateryna Lagno. They are on 1 out of 4 right now.
Yeah, same with Elisabeth Paehtz, who has black against Stavroula Tsolakidou. And yes, Humpy Koneru, our third leader, is playing against Bibisara Assaubayeva. I guess they're almost ready to start. 1 minute to 3 here in Shymkent.
Yes, and yeah, I think there is no ceremonial move to be made today, and we will be starting the first move in under a minute.
Yeah, so shall we play guess the move?
Yeah, let's guess the move.
Tan Zhongyi against Goryachkina. Tan Zhongyi usually something close, but e4 here. Right?
Yeah, the same with Goryachkina actually, because Goryachkina is usually a d4 player, but here 2 whites already, and she's been playing first move e4. So okay, let's guess Tan Zhongyi's first. What's gonna be your guess?
I think d4.
d4. Okay.
d4. So like against serious people, I play d4, something like that.
Okay, and all right. So for me, it's e4 then.
Okay.
Yep.
And what else shall we? I don't think we'll be able to do all the games, so maybe I don't know. Munguntuul, do you have any idea?
E4 for sure.
E4 for sure.
E4 for sure.
No discussion here.
Yeah.
Salimova with Lagno. Salimova.
D4.
D4. Yeah.
I don't think she deviates a lot in her opening repertoire, especially as white, and she is a very solid D4 player. So I think against Lagno especially, she's just gonna stick to her main repertoire.
Yeah. Assaubayeva, I guess same. D4 mostly.
D4 mostly, yes.
Yeah.
And Tsolakidou.
The opponent, yeah.
Tsolakidou can play a few stuff here.
She played E4. I remember this Italian game.
Yes,
right?
but also she plays D4. And by the way, I just have the moves here.
Okay.
And then it is
E4.
E4.
So
yes.
You win.
Yeah.
We agreed on everything here. I thought it was D4 now. E4 again. So Tan Zhongyi tries to pick up a new opening repertoire, it seems like.
It feels refreshing, to be honest, because as a D4 player and as a close position player like knight f3, you can sort of play some English. She is very, very good. But now, I think she understands that, I think it is time to pick up e4 as well, because she's gonna play in this Women's World Championship in the match against Juwenjun, right? I think it is also a good time for her to start practicing e4, especially compared to other young players in this tournament. Tan Zhongyi doesn't really play any tournaments this year. Only a few things.
She's playing the Grand Prix and then prepares for the match.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, and then, here Goryachkina plays e4, e5. So
e5, not a big surprise. Second move, knight c6, may be a bit of a surprise, because I remember for sure that the other knight was moved. So the Petrov.
The Petrov defense.
Yeah. But yeah, knight c6, of course, no No problem at all. And bishop c5, not toying with two knights defense, but just like playing bishop c5. The Italian, I'm guessing
c3 already on the board.
yeah.
Oh, d3, not c3.
D3.
So this is a unique approach by Tan Zhongyi. I'm curious to see what she's going to go after the main knight f6, for example. Yeah, whether she's gonna play c3 or not, like because that's the question.
There was some period of time when this line with black playing d5 early was popular, where white would play d3, let's say castles, and wait with c3, and sometimes like play knight bd2 next move and so on. But now I think it's just a transposition, so it's a matter of taste. Start with d3, but then play c3 the very next move. I'll see.
Also, you can play a4 with this idea, knight c3, bishop g5, yeah? Although, yeah, c3 is the most likely to happen, it is the main line, but with Tan Zhongyi, you never know, because it is very rare to see her play first move e4.
Yeah. I wonder if people will ever return to, like, the c3, d4 stuff. Because
the old main line, yeah?
Yeah, the old main line, which then got a bit popular at some point, I think, when e5 was the move, I think.
That line, okay,
d5,
yes, d5, bishop b5,
knight
take.
d4 takes bishop b6, and it was played quite a few games, happened on a high level.
And knight c3 is on the board, so this confirmed my suspicion.
Knight f6, knight c3, so the symmetrical Italian was knight c3, and I guess the line is d6,
a4. Something like with a4.
There's also bishop g5, right?
I think there is knight a5 in this position. I think you have to keep the bishop. Yeah.
Is there knight a5? Because knight a5, knight d5.
I can just leave it be and then
maybe.
Try to play c6. There's c6 as well, and then try to just long castle for some position.
I remember among others, I think Kramnik has played at some point, bishop g5, knight c3, bishop g5 system, but I'm not sure about the moves order, It could have been after castle, it could have been this, that. Yeah, knight c3. But the first games would be, maybe 200 years from 200 years ago. And this is something like, when and if people don't know what to do, that's one of those positions where it's very hard to explain to the kids, because you say you have to develop the pieces, you need to make your king safe, and then they continue developing the pieces and go bishop e3 and black takes, and then black goes bishop e6 and white takes, and then you say, now that you've developed everything, it's time to think about the plan. But the reality is that in this position there is no plan whatsoever. It's so silly. So I like that, in our game, of course, these are not beginners. In our game, the time spent is starts from here, from move 5. Because you want to be, you want to keep the symmetry, but also be clever. I guess after castle it could be that black goes bishop g4, right?
Yes.
So you don't castle that early.
Yeah, so I mean d6 is of course the most natural move to make in this position,
Yep.
And also some other ideas is you want to delay the castle just in case that your opponent wants to attack you on the king side. So
you could play h6, I'm thinking, can you? Just to stop this bishop g5,
that's possible too.
Bishop g5 idea.
Yeah, potentially here white will play after h6 probably a3 or a4, something like that.
Just taking care
of the bishop.
Yep. Okay, shall we check the other games? Munguntuul with Divya, 7 moves. Today no opening discussions in the sharp lines, because I believe, was it yesterday? Was the day before yesterday when we had 20 moves played in 10 minutes?
It was 2 days ago.
Round 3.
Yeah, it was 2 days
Bibisara
ago.
played against Stavroula Tsolakidou.
And what's interesting of today's round, Miro, because this is game number 5, and tomorrow we are going to have a rest day. I think it's very much needed for everyone in this event, not
Fair
only the
enough.
players, but also all the staff here. So naturally, you wouldn't like to lose before the rest day, because it's just going to be a depressing day when you're supposed to be just resting, enjoying the free day, and the day before you lose a game. But sometimes it's unavoidable. I mean, I've done that many times as well, and it's always depressing.
Okay, how about that? It's board 2, Munguntuul, or second game, should I say. Munguntuul against Divya. Not same, Ruy Lopez, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, d3. Black plays b5, black plays d6, and after a3, black played a5.
Interesting, yeah.
This is something I've never ever seen, to be honest.
I played this sometimes as black, but with the main Rulopes setup with the c3 d4.
Yeah,
But not with the close Rulopes. Because
a5, what's the point of a5? I mean, I guess a4 is what you want.
Because this might be, again, just rule of thumb, after you have this a5, b5, if white can play a4, and especially the knight is still on b1, it can, have this idea to go
You mean
to
a4,
c4.
b4, knight e2, knight c4.
Yeah.
That's one thing. The other thing, I'm wondering what's the reaction to knight c3. Because b4, I'm not sure how comfortable black is playing b4, because he'll have to capture with the knight. Doesn't look very, very good. If you go a4, bishop a2, b4,
then the bishop has some good diagonal there. Yeah, you cannot really go after it.
I mean, you can consider going bishop c4, but also I thought knight d5 could be like very unpleasant, because usually if you trade, it's bishop d5, and it's kind of an annoying. Okay, in this case I probably win a pawn, so it's no go for black at all. But even if you can play this, you probably shouldn't, because this spin is very annoying usually. So I wonder if, of course, like played without spending any time, it's supposed to be a preparation, but to be honest, it looks a bit surprising.
And she did it. Knight c3 is on the board right now.
Yeah, that's it.
So maybe one way to kind of respond to this is rook b8, yeah?
Maybe you just go rook b8, yeah.
And then you have this idea with bishop g4, knight d4. So you have to stop with h3, or you stop
Maybe you go knight d5 nonetheless. Now black goes a4 quickly. No hesitation. Okay, a4, bishop a2. I think does bishop d5 make any sense?
I don't think so. I think I just capture it.
Yeah, but then pawn takes,
and then knight a7. Eventually, knight will go to c8,
knight
b6.
a7 and d4. Yeah, this is. I don't know if it's any good for white, but at least that's sort of seems to be the most principle. Because now, if you take, I'm very happy with white, right? Knight d4 and all these weaknesses.
I think in that position, black can afford sacrificing a pawn.
Sacrificing as in castle short?
Castle.
But this case, like, I'm not sure if you
No,
have
instead
the
of
full composition of the knights. You're not planning to recapture one.
No, maybe just bishop g4.
d5, bishop g4.
Or maybe bishop g4 instead of castle. Some idea like that.
d4, bishop g4, yeah. Then h3.
Then take f3.
And then white's ready to sacrifice a pawn, of course. Queen takes, and then I'm trying to play, kind of to claim that the knight on a7 is too far away.
d4.
Like d4, knight e4,
and
something
castle.
like that. Yeah, castles, and who knows, maybe just like bishop d2 or bishop f. Hard to tell. But I kind of like the sound of it, so to put pressure from the very beginning.
But bishop a2 is on the board right now.
Yeah, bishop a2 is on the board already.
And
one of the things I was thinking of, to be honest, I know it looks ugly, but sometimes black even does this. Just to kind of keep the center intact, and then later on castle and so on. So bishop to a2, and you were right, it's rook b8, what black was planning to do.
Bishop g4, knight d4, something like that. So I like your idea knight d5, but now it's less dangerous because the rook has stepped aside.
But there is no pin. I say knight d5, you can still go bishop g4, and I probably should take care of this by going c3 or something, right? Because otherwise knight d4 is quite annoying.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite some positional battle here, and Divya is still within her preparation, it looks like it, because she's been playing all her moves rather quickly, and now Munguntuul has to think what to do with her setup here. It's still pretty much a game, but yeah, let's move on to the next game. Probably, I see a French here. Is it a French?
Which one?
Tsolakidou Paehtz?
Tsolakidou with Paehtz.
Or what is it?
Now?
It was not a French, yeah?
It is, yeah, like for
okay,
French it
Sicilian.
has to be pawn on e6.
Yes,
It's
sorry.
a French structure, of course, and I suspected Caro-Kann, to be honest, but it was c5,
It was c5.
g6, this line.
Okay.
c3, d5, e5, knight c6, d4, bishop g4. Wait a second, this is something really tricky. Bishop b5, queen b6. How is it properly played? c3, d5, e5. Yeah, I guess that's the line. Bishop b5, queen b6. I think bishop takes is the move,
Or
if I'm not mistaken.
a4 first, maybe? And then, I don't know whether a6 has to be provoked or not, but...
Well, maybe black doesn't play a6. Like, if black does this...
And is there any line with taking on c5 and then b4, something like that? I mean, of course,
Yeah,
you castle
could
first.
do it, yeah.
Or
You
even
could do
even in
d4,
some of the
b4,
French
yeah,
position, you
that's
just
like in this advanced
sacrifice
French.
the f2 pawn.
Yeah. So what I know is, like, if you allow black develop and recapture on c6 with the knight, sometimes your d4 pawn is like in a bit of a trouble. Yeah, okay, a4, a6. If you take, black takes, we probably castle. Yeah, this still looks pleasant for white, in my opinion. Never mind, black has a pair of bishops. This bishop will eventually just trade on f3, it seems. Like the way it stands. Like with the pawn on g7, pawn on e6 in a Caro-Kann setup, then of course you could think of saving this bishop. Alright, so...
Yeah, still the move yet from Tsolakidou after queen b6.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a surprise, I believe, the second move, g6. Then we have what? Salimova with Lagno or Assaubayeva Koneru. What do we want?
Assaubayeva Koneru.
Yeah, let's check Koneru. And this is c4, e5, knight c3, knight f3, and e4. Funny line. d3, bishop e2, bishop c5, h3. It's kind of hard to tell what white wants, like why white would be better in this line, but I remember people playing it. And yeah, the good thing is like you have firm control over d5. With the move h2, h3, you stop any bishop g4. So you have just enough pieces to fight for the d4 square as white, yeah? And then later on you expand here.
Yeah, that's the general idea.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange, like to play the English with the bishop on e2, which is not very
common,
active. But yeah, still possible, of course. And I'm not even sure, like this early e4, because back in the day, people would play bishop c5, right? I think that they used to be the line. Knight e5, knight e5.
Yeah, and then d4, bishop b4 takes, and then
b4,
knight takes e4, queen g4, something
queen
like that.
g4, right. Wait, and then after knight c3, you can take g7, or? I'm so confused
Yeah,
with
it's a
this
lot
line.
of theories here.
No, you can't take g7 because it's such a.
It's I think bishop d2 first, yeah?
Yeah, bishop d2 and
bishop
sorry,
d2.
no, well, where's this queen g5 came from? Yeah, bishop d2 and they castle. Yeah, and this was the line. Yeah, this was played. So bishop b4 is a different approach, of course.
Yeah, after h3. Now black has to also making decision on what she wants to do, because castle is fine, but you also have to be aware of your opponent's ideas. There could be some attack on the king side, but also what's next. Yeah, after castle, then where are you going to put your other pieces?
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what's the best play. What's the best way of playing this position for black? Because in a way, if you think of it, it's wait a second. Can I make another move 1 in this applet? It seems like I cannot. Yeah. I cannot make another. Yeah, I can't make. So what I wanted to say, there is, if you imagine like colors repainted, there is a line against. You call it the Sicilian e4 c5, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, e5, right? And then black would have, so with colors reversed, it will be the same setup.
There is one e4 in this round, so you can go for Tan Zhongyi's board
It's okay.
if you want to show it.
It'll be too confusing for people at home what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's pretty much this setup is known. But in comparison with that line that I'm referring to, white is 2 tempi up, not 1 tempo. So 1 tempo you get naturally when you play, let's say, something, a black setup with white, right? And then the other one, it's because bishop went to b4 and then c5, while with colors reversed, bishop c4 is played, of course, in one go. So it has to be like a very, very comfortable version of that setup in the Sicilian. However, the question remains, are 2 tempi enough to claim an advantage? So you get a comfortable position. Okay, you're not at any risk of getting worse position, but are you really better? That's another question.
I was just wondering, if we step back a bit, instead of h3, is this like a silent draw offer? If you just play knight a4, or you just let that bishop be captured?
Well,
I think it's fine, yeah? You just let it...
I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, like with black, first of all, there is no reason not to accept draw offer so early, but also, yeah, if you just play something, say bishop e6, this doesn't seem to be like such a tragic change of a structure, right? So it's still a very strong outpost on d4. Yeah, or bishop g4 maybe, yeah? Knight a4.
Bishop g4.
Maybe bishop g4, maybe you're just like ready to take on f3 and so on.
And bishop e3, okay, it's
Humpy went knight d4 after h3. So exchange these guys and then maybe go c6. Still has to be known.
Nothing has been traded yet. Not pawn nor the pieces.
That says like move 7.
Move 7.
Sometimes in Giocopiano Italians you have 20 moves with all units on the board. One last game we did not check at all is Salimova against Lagno. Both very strong players, just having not a great tournament in Shymkent.
And both of them lost yesterday, so naturally they would like to bounce back and score some points before the rest day. And what we are seeing right now is the Queen's Gambit decline.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, castle, e3 and b6.
A very classical approach, yeah?
TMB system, that's why it was called in in the Soviet periodic. So
TMB.
TMB, Tartakova. Okay, that's called like Tartakova system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the Soviets would add Makogonov and Bondarevsky. So Tartakova, Makogonov, Bondarevsky, TMB, TMB defense. Yeah.
A little bit of history lesson for me now.
Yeah, B6. So, I'm not sure what is the most precise move here. Think like if you take too early,
I think this
black's
days-
gonna go bishop e6. Despite black went b6, black's gonna go bishop e6 and then go for c5. Yeah. So from what I know, if you are planning to exchange on d5, you wait one more move. And then
Like
if
what?
black, I have no idea.
Rook
Rook c1,
c1,
queen c2 possibly. I believe everything was played, like bishop e2 or bishop d3, which is very often the same because black would take. Rook c1 was tried, I guess a3 was tried.
I think rook c1 makes more sense.
Yeah, like rook c1, obviously you're kind of trying to win a tempo and capture on c4 in one go with the bishop, but black does not necessarily take. Yeah, after rook c1, I think bishop b7 is possible. And then taking on d5 here, I think black just
knight
captures
takes.
with the knight. And then sometimes, let's say after bishop g3, knight c3, you would say, okay, I did not really win a tempo, my rook on c1 does not do much. And then maybe you reconsider here, maybe you say, okay, I can try queen c2 instead. So there is like one after b6, yeah, there is like one theoretical longish line which I would not remember, but eventually black plays knight e4 and you are supposed to go bishop g3, so kind of to keep more pieces on the board. That's one thing. And also, as I said, like any sane move has been tried. Queen c2 been tried, rook c1, bishop e2. So just waiting for Salimova, who perhaps was a bit surprised with b6. As judging on a clock situation, Lagno did not spend any time at all. And Salimova is making up her mind over here.
Right. There is still no move yet on the game between Munguntuul versus Divya.
After rook b8. Yeah,
After
so
rook
this
b8.
one I would say, yeah, like if we were to pick a game, you know, of course we said Tan Zhongyi with Goryachkina kind of makes most sense because of the intrigue, let's say two leaders playing each other. But after the opening, I'd say this one is the most intriguing.
Because of
This
the
one is the
opening
most intriguing.
preparation.
Yeah, the opening line. Yeah. The opening line is quite interesting.
Yes.
I don't know if it works at all.
But let's switch to Tan Zhongyi versus Goryachkina because we potentially have double pawns.
Yeah.
There are two lines, C and E are going to be double pawns.
A6, bishop e3, d6, trade on c5 happens. White goes a4, and after bishop e6, yeah, f e6. And believe it or not, but I think I've seen, if not exactly in this position, but in something very similar, this structure was played by no one else but Jun, the current world champion. Yeah, it's not a new idea, and you have it as white in the Italian. There is one of the options is just like to leave the bishop on c4 and to go bishop e3. Once again, Italian with knight c3, that is. Is it?
It is Alexander's turn because after the capture, Tan Zhongyi already castled.
Yeah. So that's like it's lagging a little bit, or now we've picked it up. Yeah, pawn takes and castles.
If out of these 5 games, which one do you think will finish first?
That's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, really. Okay,
in my opinion, this one will finish first.
This one's gonna
because
finish
this looks
first.
very equalish, and then there might be some Okay, I might be wrong, but
That's interesting. The evaluation bar, the computer does not agree with you about this being equal.
so who's better?
And it changed. Let me find out. I think it changed after the last white's move. Yes. So the trick is here with doubled pawns. It was 0.2 in white's favor according to the computer. But then after castle short, black is better according to the machine. Minus 0.7, minus 0.8,
Wow.
and I have a guess why.
G5?
G5. I think it's G5.
Yeah.
Yeah, plain and simple. Well, not necessarily you are like checkmating immediately, but you expand, and that's one of white's potential plans would be to move the knight from f3 and to go f4. And now it's very hard for white to come up with any sort of a plan in terms of pawn pushes. Right? I mean, where do you, okay, like everything is nice, flexible pawn structure. Your two ideas were d4 and f4. And it's very hard to imagine white having any of those ideas on the board. And then you play queen e7 or queen d6. Then you castle long, I guess, and you start pushing your pawns.
Yeah, it's a bit curious to me why Tan Zhongyi just decide very quickly about this short castle, because we know in general principle we know this type of Jacobian position. If your opponent already has h6 or h3,
Yeah,
try to
like
delay
G5
castle,
and
right?
recently,
G5 is coming.
Especially recently, like black plays G5 in so many different lines in Jacobiano.
Right.
Right, so this shouldn't be
A
shouldn't
surprise,
be a big
yeah.
surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So that's I'm really waiting for G5 to be played, because this would make this game especially interesting.
So in other words, after white is castled, white basically doesn't really have good initiative here, and it is actually black who is playing for the initiative. I mean, G5 is always there, yeah? You can actually throw in a move like probably some queen move first, yeah?
Queen e7, but then I thought, who knows, maybe something like knight h4 would work. Knight h4, queen f7, f4, I don't know. It doesn't seem to work, but who knows. So I just thought, yeah, g5 is just a good move.
Immediately, yeah?
Let's just play it, yeah.
So probably after g5, since g4 is coming, knight h2.
Yeah, and then
just keep
bringing
pushing, all the pawns. Yeah. Yes.
Because I do not see. I understand the king is in the center, but I do not see how white gets to this king. And black needs one move, queen e7, and then we castle, right? So usually, once again, moving the pawns e5 and g5 usually leaves the f5 square, right, for the white pieces. Here, thanks to double pawns, f5 square is covered. So if there is anything good about these doubled pawns, that they control a lot of squares in the center.
And queen e7 has been played, by the way.
Queen e7, okay. Queen e7 perhaps does not change the character of the position. I would still prefer g5, but yeah.
Probably after knight h4, queen f7 first, and then eventually the knight will be kicked anyway.
Yeah, I was hoping for this to work, but it probably
G5.
doesn't, right? Because there's g5, and can I somehow... Yeah, probably not, yeah.
No, it just takes,
queen
yeah.
f3...
You can even castle here.
Castle and rook f1. That's what I was hoping for. But then you go queen g7, and you move the knight next move. Yeah.
Right.
Queen e7. Yeah. So then if this doesn't work, then it means black will decide on g7, g5 later.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Once we see g5 is on the board, I think you can see for certain that there's going to be fire. I just realized that this type of idea was played before by Goryachkina in this tournament as well, on the first round against Lagno.
Yeah.
Although it was kind of backfired, but it was interesting.
Yeah, but that was played in more of a classical Jacobiano, right? Where white would have the pawn on c3, and if you remember, Lagno later on went with some b4 and so on. So here, having the knight on c3 is kind of, the knight's misplaced, I want to say. So you really, like one of the ways to play for white would be move the knight, go c3, go d4, but you never ever achieve this, I think. like on kind of concept level, that's what you want. I don't know, knight e2, c3, d4, but this never happens. Like black castles long, black goes g5, g4 quickly. It's just a better position for black.
Yep. Yeah, I think I like this queen e7 idea too, because you can always play g5 and maybe next move you can just do long castle first, get all your pieces ready, and the knight on c3 cannot really be moved because e4 is kind of pinned. The d3 is pinned. So
yeah, I wonder if you do this instead of knight h2, like knight d2. I guess g5. Say knight c4.
castle.
Castle. And again, yeah, like White sort of achieved what he could, but there is still no plan, right? And funny enough, you could even invest some time to play a5, b6, like just so to solidify the king completely, and then later on you have your pawn storm on the king side. Yeah.
Okay, so it's potentially quite a big initiative for Goryachkina then on this game, while Tan Zhongyi, I think we predict she has to suffer by defending the position, but we'll see.
Yeah, but what's interesting, you're absolutely right. She played it so quickly, I just realized. 1 hour 27, and we already kind of, I wouldn't say actively dislike her position, but yes, castle short was a bit clumsy. I'm guessing she had to do
Another waiting move like queen d2, I think.
something else, like queen d2, but yeah, well, what's the big difference? It's not like White's planning to castle long with the pawn being on a4. It's interesting, what was the...
Or maybe, what about instead of queen d2, knight h4? But it doesn't really change anything. Just play g5
It's not going anywhere, right? It's g5, you can't go to g6, right? No, I think you're right. It's like knight d2 and maybe even trying to get this knight elsewhere, like knight d1, e3, c4. But all that is time consuming. So even in this case, I think black's perfectly fine. But yeah, castling into it doesn't seem like a good idea. Well, this could be, an illustration what happens when you start picking new openings. You probably know well kind of the main lines, the theoretical path. And then this is somewhat of an original position, and I'm exactly the same. Like, I would think, okay, this is like some position we get, and I wouldn't stop here. I would just think, okay, what can be the move? I've developed the horses, there are no pawn moves, so why don't I castle? Right? So it's non-zero probability I would castle here as well, if I just don't stop and, exercise my sense of danger. But then if you consider that after castle there is this thing with g5, then maybe you look for something else. Let's move on?
Yeah, let's move on to maybe Salimova Lagno.
Yeah, so just for the record, no move from Munguntuul over here. Wait a second, the clock is lagging here for sure. And I wonder if the board
Munguntuul
works.
Maybe there's some glitch. But in my screen, Munguntuul is still thinking. But it's a bit uncharacteristic of her to think for like 30 minutes for the next move.
Yeah, so we moved to Salimova Lagno, and Salimova went with the most natural, but maybe not.
Hang on, I'm just checking the video. It seems like she is still thinking on what to do after b8.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she's frozen in this position after.
But her clock situation right now. She has like an hour and 3 minutes actually.
Yeah, so we have the visual glitch on the time of Munguntuul, but it is the position. And she spent like half hour almost.
Yeah, and so is Salimova.
Salimova as well? Yeah, down to 1 hour and 7. She ended up playing bishop d3, d c4, bishop c4, bishop b7, queen c2, knight d7. That's a very solid line. Next thing you do, you go c5, I guess.
Yeah. Or you can also wait with rook c8 and then c5, but eventually I think c5 is the idea.
So the question is what move white has to play here?
Castle.
Short castle.
Yep.
Yeah, you can. I don't think white is scared of bishop f3, but you know, sometimes he would be. Say c5.
Rook d1. I don't know which rook. Let's say f rook.
Rook f to d1.
So rook a can be to c1.
cd4 is
Then knight takes d4.
Yeah, cd4, knight d4, and it invites
Yeah,
some
idea to
sacrifices
e6.
on e6. So what black wouldn't mind doing is going, say, knight h5, and after that black is very happy. But after knight h5, of course, one has to worry about knight e6. Rook d1 preventively, so in order to be able to capture on c5, right? c1. But can you play knight d5 here?
Yeah, I think so too. Then d5 should be
then
the move.
bishop e7.
Yeah, queen e7.
Sometimes you take with the knight, but yeah, but let's assume we go queen d7. Knight takes.
Pawn takes.
Take with the pawn, yeah, and just go like c5.
c5.
Yeah, probably. I always had difficulties kind of understanding these positions, or rather telling which one is like perfectly fine for black and which one is like really depressing, because like there's many lines where black does pretty much the same, like having this pair of pawns, and then you have to decide, do you go c4, when do you go c4, and yeah, so it's tricky, but yeah, it feels like it's one way of playing for black. Might as well go c5 still, or maybe like a6 to cover b5 square and then be ready to play c5 later on.
I still prefer knight d5. I think it's more straightforward.
Yeah. I was somehow, again, a bit worried about this being slightly worse for black, but I don't know, maybe not. c5, and let's say after castle, what do we do? Do we go c4?
Yeah, c4, b5.
c4, bishop f5, I'm guessing. I just move.
b5.
Just move, yeah.
Yeah, but also it depends if Lagno would like to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, because being the favorite in this tournament as well, even though she is on 1 out of 4 right now. But yeah, naturally she would also like to play for a win, right? But that variation, that we saw, it's clear for black that black doesn't have any problem, but also it's going to be very hard to play for a win.
Yeah. But this entire line usually relies on black taking on c4, going c5, and opting for pretty much symmetrical structure. Speaking of which, like, remember I had some knight h5 idea. Why don't we play knight h5 here?
Here.
So let's say if bishop e7, queen e7 happens, I think I have enough time to kind of go back to f6 and go c5. So queen is so good on
And
on
if
e7.
I played d5?
C takes,
Bishop
knight
takes.
Bishop takes, you want. Thought knight, yeah, like bishop takes, maybe even c6 is possible. Because I'll get c5 later on, right? c6, then return the knight to f6, or maybe go to f4.
Ah, then bishop e4 maybe now. And after that f6, just
f6.
bishop f5, let's say.
But yeah, I don't know if black has any, like, next move, knight e5. Looks fine-ish. No, but I like your d5 idea, it's just that what happens if you take with the knight? Because I'm not sure, like the c7's hanging and my pieces are all over the place, and I was originally relying on this, but there is b4, and I don't know. Looks meh. Very dangerous. We'll see. We'll see. Lagno, I guess, knows if not the exact position, but like main ideas here. And from Lagno been friends with Kostyuk for a long time, right? Like, I mean, they played for the national team and so on and so on. I remember Kostyuk playing this line with black, so it could have been, you know, like mutual analysis at some point.
Yep. Well, probably you can go back to Tsolakidou versus Paehtz.
Yeah, that one. Bishop g4, bishop b5, yes, bishop takes on c6.
And I just noticed in 3 of the games here, there have been lots of time differences between the players. Like this is one of them. Tsolakidou is also down to 1 hour and 3 minutes in the opening, and Paehtz has been blitzing pretty much.
e6, d c5, bishop c5.
And I did too.
Knight e2. Still, the question remains where the knight is going. Go knight e7?
Probably knight b3, knight d4, yeah? Something.
Okay, knight b3. Maybe that's the moment to clarify the situation with the bishop.
That's possible too. Actually, with this setup, I really like the dark square bishop on c1 because it can potentially be, you know, a very strong piece controlling g6.
I'm
Sorry,
wondering
f6.
if we ever take with the queen now. Knight f3, castles. Yeah, like with the pawn on g7, black would have like a fantastic version of a French defense. Right? No bad bishop, everything. Like the center's already undermined. With the pawn on g6, however, there are some dark square weaknesses around the black king.
Or maybe you just don't castle short. Is it possible to just forget about all the potential attack on the queen side and then just castle long side?
Yeah, maybe, but then again, after castle long, knight g5, it's knight g5, I think it's a bit awkward to... maybe you have queen e8.
Also rook f8, like the other rook.
This one.
Yeah, and then you play h6, g5, and then start attacking on the king side.
Yeah, but I was afraid of some dynamics, maybe.
Bishop
This,
b6.
this, and who knows? Like c4's too much, I guess.
No, c4. I don't think it works. You just give the d5 square for black. CD dc.
Yeah, and then b5 somehow, and like I wanted some. Again, I'm not saying it works, but I wanted something very concrete, like knight e4, bishop a3 in some cases. Probably doesn't work. Yeah. Anyway, knight g5 is clumsy. I guess after you've castled, I should immediately start like b4 maybe, and bishop g5. But still, in general, I kind of like white's position, so it can be some serious initiative. And again, I'm not insisting on h3. It might not be necessary. Maybe after knight e7, you just play some moves, and at some point, maybe black will have to take on f3 anyway, right? It's not impossible that you can save a tempo on h2, h3. So, again, somewhat of a slow development for the first hour. Now, I insist we go back to Munguntuul and Divya because I see
there have been some moves.
The last move played. What?
It was after rook b8. It was knight d5.
It was knight to d5. Knight takes, bishop d7, c3, and castles. So it's pretty much your usual Ruy Lopez, but black has played a 5a4. So white doesn't have this idea of going a4 like at all.
So you just focus on the center to the king side pretty much, yeah?
I guess so, yeah. Not sure. d4, do we need h3s? Probably not, right? So there is no bishop g4 in the nearest future. So
probably after d4. Okay, one way is to take immediately.
Let's say I take back
and then
with
probably b4.
b4 in order to...
I don't like it. A4, it's just gonna be... I mean, it's another way to play, but also knight a5, let's say.
Yeah, knight a5 makes
and
more
c6
sense.
or
Knight
c5.
a5, and then maybe even bishop e6 at some point, so to trade the bishop and to get to those squares with the knight. Yeah?
And also instead of taking, probably bishop f6, so that the knight can go to e7.
Yeah, bishop f6 is also an option, and then knight e7, c6, and yeah, bishop e3, let's say knight e7, bishop a2,
a2,
some knight to g6, I'm guessing. Yeah, black seems to be rather solid. It's like white somehow needed this a4, you know, to create some nonsense on the queen side, because otherwise black just has more space for pretty much no compensations, no compensation on white's from white. Yeah, because let's say these Ruy Lopez-y ideas. Sometimes, let's say you go d5, right? With again with the pawn on a6, and then your play is connected with kind of undermining black's queen side. Here, d5 deserves a question mark, I guess, because you're shutting down your bishop, you're shutting down everything in the center, and you have close to zero play on the queen side, while black will prepare f5, I'm guessing.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a tricky position to play. I still think white should be absolutely fine, but maybe you have to look for some kind of original developments, not your Trafford.
Not the typical Ruy Lopez.
Maybe you have to concentrate on organizing f4.
I was thinking f4,
way.
yeah. Like, so you can try to play h3 and then at h2 and then push f4, something like that.
Yeah, but do we need the knight specifically on h2? Because otherwise, like knight e1 technically saves us a tempo. Maybe we want h3, knight h2, knight g4 later on, right? h3. Let's presume black does the same nonetheless.
Okay,
Knight
knight h2.
Here, knight h2.
You can even play
g7.
Oh, knight e7, okay.
Bishop goes.
She did.
Maybe knight g6. So stopping f4 for now, and then if knight g4, seemingly have bishop g5 again, once again. Not too much to worry about.
Yeah.
Munguntuul
play bishop e3. I'm still puzzled onto. Okay, it's a developing move, but what could be her idea and her plan after that?
Yeah, it's like one of those, like you made a move, you technically developed the piece, but for the bishops specifically, and that's of course we have like a very high level players, but you know, when people at home or like beginners learning, and that this concept of developing the piece, sometimes it's confusing, because yeah, you could say I developed the piece, but is it really useful on this diagonal? Probably not for the moment, right? From c1 it had the same access to this diagonal as from e3. So sometimes moves like this, okay, bishop e3 is different, but you know, like beginners, sometimes they would play bishop d2, and you ask them why. I'm developing the bishop, right? It's very well developed on c1. Okay, bishop e3, Divya has a different plan, knight to a5.
And it was split like
quickly.
within like 10 seconds.
Well, she's still on like 1 hour 32, 33 almost. So that means she's prepared, all that.
Yeah, Divya has been, I mean, this year has been a very successful year for her. And if you watch her interview, she said now the main problem is motivation, because she's pretty much the world junior champion under 20, and she got an individual gold medal for her board in the Olympiad in in Budapest, and also team gold medal for the team as well. Like, she's pretty much accomplished everything, and now I think she's like #1 junior girls actually in the world, and she already crossed 2500. She just needs, I think, 1 more GM norm or two more GM norms to complete the title. I mean, she's getting there. She's getting there for sure. So it's such, a huge feat for such a young player like Divya. So I'm just wondering what else could she be achieve in the future, because she's almost getting everything.
Yeah, well, world championship title.
Of course, yeah.
Of course, that's a path, or kind of the goal of one's career, usually. Knight a5. What does knight a5 mean? I guess that means that sooner or later black will be playing bishop e6. I guess c6 can be included, but then like eventually perhaps you play bishop e6. Because otherwise, let's say white drops the bishop back and the knight doesn't have much to do on a5. Yeah? Who knows? All right, we have this information that she's prepared. No move from Tan Zhongyi after queen e7. Just some tour around the horn before we go for the break. So Tan Zhongyi with Goryachkina. Queen e7 and no move from Tan Zhongyi.
And still also no move from Lagno after the last move by Salimova, rook d1.
Yeah, same here, rook d1, Lagno. I think that's the first time she started thinking. Right?
Probably,
she
yes.
was like 1 hour 30.
I think it's exactly my suspicion, you know. I mean, normally you just play knight d5 right away if you want to clarify the position, but also you want to think, hey, maybe I can play for more. So if she's thinking to play for a win, then she has to keep as many pieces on the board as possible to start the attack. But it's very hard. Starting with the queen's gambit decline, it's very hard on how to attack as black, yeah?
And especially, you're right. The problem with playing these very solid openings, of course, it's like very good positional base and everything. But if your opponent doesn't want to, to play the most principled way, that doesn't want to take risks, it's very hard to win. It's very hard to turn these things around.
Right. Okay, I think it is the perfect time for us to take our first break, because most of the players, they are still actually on the opening stage, and some of them are already entering the middle game part, and they are thinking for quite some time now. And don't go anywhere, stay tuned, we'll be back after a few minutes.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone. All the games are still in progress, and although some of the games have passed the opening stage, some are still pondering what to do in the end of their opening stage and entering the middle game right now. And although not much have been changed since our break, Miro.
Well, there are some.
There is
some information we can recollect from the moves that were made. So
which one would you like to look at
first? Let's dive into it. Tan Zhongyi against Goryachkina, because only one move was played by Tan Zhongyi. Now Goryachkina is thinking once again. But what a move, I want to say. Almost half an hour spent, and the move knight c3 to b1. Which is kind of an admission that yes, castle was careless. I do not have any opening advantage, and moreover, I really have to use the time to regroup my pieces because the knight on c3 is not doing much. So yeah, for those who are just joining us, there was quite an original idea by Goryachkina to get two sets of double pawns.
And g5 just happened on the board.
Here, yeah, bishop e6 takes, and we strongly suspect that white's castle short is an inaccuracy, serious inaccuracy, because yeah, after queen e7, turned out white has no plan whatsoever. After knight b1, g5 was played. So all in all, looks very dangerous for white. I'm guessing what you do after knight d2 is you play g4. Right?
Yeah, that's possible. Also, you can wait. You can actually castle here, but yeah, you gotta be careful with knight c4.
Maybe you castle long.
But there's knight c4. E5 is
E4 is not so tasty because e5 is important. But yeah, can you do g4 here?
That looks very possible.
That could be. Yeah, like
takes
95.
first,
okay, trade
and then
here.
rook g8.
Take on h3 or rook g8 simply.
I think both. Yeah, I think h3 is more straightforward.
H3 I was thinking because yeah, knight g6 obviously, queen g7 good for black, and somehow white's potentially up a pawn, but what do you do on these open files? Yeah, it's very dangerous. Knight bd2 is played, however, because you don't have much of a choice. Yeah, if for whatever reason you don't want to enter this line with like sacrificing the e5 pawn, g4 might be just as good. Knight takes. I assume if white takes, we take with the knight. e5 protected. This knight.
Knight d4, queen h4, but there's another knight f3 coming.
Knight d4. Well, at the very least, black can take on d4 with the knight. Yeah, queen g4 and, well, knight c2 works, but also
castle.
Just castle long feels almost winning for black because, yeah, it's like rook goes to the g file. It's a very, very strong attack.
Right. Well, now Aleksandra is thinking whether it is the perfect time for g5, g4 to be played, or will she be playing something else? I think it is quite a crossroad, but any other option too, I think black is very comfortable. Yeah?
Yeah. So let's move on. Munguntuul against Divya. The third is an advanced game on move 17 already. So, well, thanks to Divya not spending any time. Pretty much that's why.
Yeah.
So, after bishop e3, once again, knight a5 a tempo, d4, bishop f6 a tempo, d takes, queen e2. So, the difference on the clock in this game is 50 minutes, which is very rare. Yeah, so Munguntuul spent all the time in this game. Divya is on 1 hour 32.
Yeah, and now after queen e2, Divya started to think, but okay, we are already in the middle game right now. She has some sort of like saving, like time saving, yeah, after the opening, where she has like 40 minutes up on the clock.
42 against 1 hour 32.
Oh yeah, it's 50.
Minutes,
yeah, it's 42.
Queen e7, c6,
yes.
bishop e6, something like that. So you can actually continue playing relatively fast. I guess, yeah, one could say, okay, it's the open d-file, symmetrical structure on the king side, e4 pawn versus e5 pawn, and 3v3. And here, on the queen side, black has much more space. So, should be slightly more pleasant for black, if anything.
So eventually, I think the bishop on d5 or the light square bishop has to be traded, I guess,
Yeah.
because that is the most beautiful piece that white has right now.
That's the best piece for white. Yeah. And I don't think it's so tragic for white. So let's say after a move like queen to e7, white can go rook d1, maybe c6, bishop e6, takes. White can still play, but yeah, because knight c4, you have bishop c1. Yeah. But it is somewhat unpleasant for white already.
If bishop c5, just rook d8. Oh no,
Yeah,
but
I guess.
you take bishop b6, yeah.
Yeah, so that means I'll have to take with the bishop.
But now the other rook's coming.
And yeah, knight c4.
Queen. Can I play queen d3?
Yeah, you can, but again, there is a feeling like white, finds these tactical tricks not to not to get passive position with bishop on c1. But the moment you run out of tactics, it's actually a terrible position because knight is already like somewhat away, and knight d2 is not possible. b2 is hanging. Not very optimistic for white here. Okay, so there is that. Then Humpy Koneru, our third leader, against Bibisara Assaubayeva. This English opening line, knight d4, bishop e3, c6. Castles, black captures, goes bishop e6, queen d2, castles, bishop e2, bishop takes, queen takes, c5. And white played a3, knight d7.
And pro b4 is coming, but then there's
tricky
f5.
Position, huh? That's a tricky position. So the question that I would have, do we play bishop g4 here is white? To kind of stop this whole f5 business.
But does it stop there? There might be some concrete line here with the queen e4 in the end.
Yeah, so the hope was that queen e4 wins the pawn. I'm not sure how, let's say, how important this pawn is, but maybe it is important. So debate here is that if somehow the bishop's coming off and the structure is not changed much, a white knight is closer to d5 than its black counterpart to a corresponding d4 square, right? So it's a very symmetrical, say, I don't know what do you call it, like, for whatever reason I wanted to say triangle. It's not a triangle. I mean this structure in the center, right? So white gets a nice outpost and black gets a nice outpost. For the time being, d5 square covered with the bishop. That's why I wanted to go bishop g4. Maybe you just don't do anything. Maybe you go knight b8, c6, d4, but after knight b8, b4 could be disturbing. c5 pawn is hanging. You can't play knight c6, I guess. Or maybe you can, because d3 is hanging the answer. If this happens, then black is very happy to take on d3.
Yeah, looks like it.
I mean, I'm like not sure if knight b8 is the right way of playing it, but it is a juicy square on d4. It is a juicy square on d4. Alternatively, you could start with b4, not playing bishop g4 at all. This helps you in a sense that after knight b8, first of all, c5 is hanging, but also like b5 stopping knight c6 would be an option. So b4, let's say black goes b6, now we do something, and in case of knight b8, at the very least we can play b5.
So what also if black chose the other route, let's say after bishop g4, rook e8, so the knight goes to f8.
Ah, yeah. But I guess then b4, and it still like takes you some time to regroup, right? Maybe b6 though. b5, yes, white gets some space, but it's unclear
Also,
how,
what if
how
black,
relevant it is. Yeah?
what if black challenge b4 with a5?
b4, a5. Okay, these I'm kind of not so sure.
And take with the knight,
Take, knight takes, yeah, some rook b1. I understand this one's protected, but it is a backward pawn, right? So eventually, somehow, maybe I'll offer the knight straight, let's say rook b5, somehow get the queen on c2. It's a very long time, long, let's say, away from reality, but yeah, like knight a4 at some point. Still, I don't think it's much, but maybe white is the side who's pushing.
Right. I think we can also move to the other game. Tsolakidou Paehtz.
Yeah. So Tsolakidou versus Paehtz. Knight b3, bishop b6, bishop g5 was played, stopping black from castling, and then after knight f5, h3 forces the bishop to trade. The big question is, can black castle short? In view of g4, let's say, because you have to go to g7, and this is not very attractive square for this knight. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
totally.
still kind of fine for now because you have bishop d8 in case of queen f6 or something, but it is indeed very unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this pawn on g6, yeah. Although it looks like now the French setup, but this pawn on g6 has proven to be weakening the squares around it, especially f6 and h6.
Yeah, it's not even clear how do you continue here. Can you do something like d4? I'm not a big fan of this move. I understand it's probably anti-positional, but just want to simplify it a little bit. So it's pretty much the
you
question.
Have to take the queen.
If you trade, yeah, like if you would prefer to keep the queen, I'm guessing, like with black king being weak, but then black gets objects for counterattack. Like
but it's just,
c3,
I think it's just winning a pawn up then after takes g4.
Queen takes, pawn takes. Ah, yeah, you're right. And there's g4, and then just
You just grab the pawn.
So this one doesn't work at all. Then it could be a bad position for Elisabeth. Not very attractive for sure. I'm wondering if black can allow himself to go h5. So kind of g4,
Ooh.
at least to open the h file, yeah. Because, yeah, white's not forced, of course, to go g4, but I'm still thinking it could be the good move because
After knight g7, there is
yeah,
queen
like
f6.
knight g7 and let's say queen f6. This looks very scary, right?
Right.
Because knight is hanging. Like rook g8 is checkmate. I guess castle short, but then you have this stupid move.
Maybe you can also
no,
wait.
there is bishop d8. Sorry.
And also d4. There's d4.
At d4 I was ready for like d4 king g3. I wanted to say why I'm going king g2. I thought this I'll answer with rook h1. It's of course a cooperative line, but black king is getting checkmate. Yeah, well, you know what? Surprisingly, it could be that it's not as bad as I've originally thought.
Because king g2, there's also bishop b8, yeah?
You can do this. Ah, wait a second. Do we win on a spot somehow? Queen h4, threatening to win an exchange, knight g7, and this is where like you do some rook lift. Yeah, terrible. Terrible. And really, like this one move g6 spoiled everything. So I'm looking for the ways to kind of artificially castle, but again, g4 and f7 is hanging.
Right. Okay, so queen f3 is still on the board. Now Elisabeth has to figure this out. I think this is one of the games that in the time situation, I think it's pretty much equal. Do we have other moves in other games? Lagno decided to finally play rook c8, not knight d5.
Yeah, so Lagno's game, rook d1, rook c8. Yeah, it takes them a long time, but the main battle will start after black plays c5, and then we'll see how the situation in the center gonna look like. Yeah, it can just like fizzle out, you know, c5, some exchanges, and you have this open c and d file where all the pieces gonna get exchanged, or it can be really sharp if white, say, decides to keep the isolated pawn or stuff like that.
But the most interesting position that's on the board right now, I think it's between Tan Zhongyi versus Goryachkina.
Yeah.
Because I think black finally got what she wants.
Tan Zhongyi again. Tan Zhongyi made yet another move after g5. Wait a second. So it was g5, knight d2, g4, h takes, knight takes, and g3. So g3, she's planning to go knight h4 and the other knight to f3, right?
And the king might come to g2 and then, yeah, and then try to defend around the king.
So the question is it solid enough? Does white hold like this?
Oh, by the way, after g3, black castles. And then king g2 happened.
King g2.
Yeah.
So she wants rook h1.
Rook h1.
She wants rook h1.
So I think, yeah, she's preparing for this h5 thrust there. So after h5, rook h1 immediately, just in time. Oh, okay, you always have knight h4 too.
Yeah. So I suspect, interestingly, that black has to give up on moving the h-pawn and possibly go like rook to g8. And you'll have, like, if you concentrate the pieces like that, queen g7, you know, rook f8, there could be some tricks with knight d4. I mean, at some point you'd be threatening knight f2, right? After queen g7.
Yeah.
And say rook h1, queen g7, knight f2 is already a threat.
Queen e2 maybe, yeah? You should play this.
Queen e2, knight d4, you'll take.
You
Yes,
have
so
to
rook
take it.
f8, I'm guessing.
And then rook f1.
Rook f1. But then knight d4, right? And knight d4, there could be knight f2. Yeah, I have no idea if it works what I'm showing here. But it seems to work. G3 saying
Rook takes?
yeah, no, but rook takes, it's queen g3, king
And then
f1,
king
queen
f1.
g2.
Ah, this...
That's the pin,
This
yeah,
the pin.
the pin wins the game for black. So after knight f2, yeah, and if you take with the queen, I'm just material up. Right, so we don't have to allow all that, but it is like scary, to be honest.
Yeah. So what was the line again?
Rook
g8.
h to g8. I don't know, maybe I should start with queen g7, to be honest, because in some cases maybe I'll still use the rook on the h file. But basically it was like this: queen g7, rook h1, rook g8, threatening knight f2, and after queen e2, the other rook went to f8.
So maybe c3 is
Maybe
a must.
c3. Maybe you stop knight d4 jump. Maybe you stop knight d4 jump. Yeah. Then the question is, will black be able to kind of break through all
Probably
that?
with knight e7, knight g6.
Knight e7. Yeah. And I was even thinking of
to
a
move
move
the
like
king,
this
yeah?
and then to try to
Yeah.
run. Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Because, yeah, black concentrated all the pieces, but still can't really break through here. The knight is restricted with this bunch of pawns. King g2. Maybe Goryachkina's going to find some other way of going about this position. You know what? It could be, let's say, after rook g8, rook h1, that you go knight d4. Well, c3 is still there, but let's say the point that I'm trying to make, that it will be very hard to kick this knight away, right? Because you don't have the h-pawn, and f3 always answered with knight e3, right? And then again, same
That's yeah.
Same set of moves, and knight e3 is a threat at some point.
That looks really dangerous for white.
Yeah. And computer tends to agree, claiming that black is, evaluation is minus 1.1 in black's favor. So I don't know with what move, but in this particular position it seems, just but black brings the pieces to the king side. That's the recipe. So maybe it's not necessarily that like there is one move that wins and all the rest is equal. It seems like just another idea. A little bit different, or totally different rather. One thing you can do, you can put a knight on b4.
Knight b4.
Yeah, just like to hold this in place because it has to guard c2, and therefore not allowing the rook to sneak in. And you're stopping c3 pretty much forever because this one's hanging. So it could be kind of a clever positional move.
Aleksandra just did rook df8.
Yeah, rook df8 is something like from this plan A that we had. It's just that she starts with putting the rook on f8, and I'm guessing after rook h1, maybe knight d4 will be her move first, and then... Yeah, there is also this, like, just like triple on the f file, which is also very annoying, and knight d4 at some point. Or maybe start with knight d4. If rook h1 happens, maybe you start with knight d4. No, wait. Am I... No, knight f2, yeah. Knight d4, let's say c3. You just take, and then you start doubling, tripling, whatever. Then queen g7, rook f7, rook f8.
Yeah, I agree.
Black might be just winning.
Yeah.
So
I think any kind of configuration with the pieces there, I think it's very comfortable for black. You can put then the rook on the f file or on the g file.
So Tan Zhongyi got in trouble after like 15 moves with white.
Yeah.
It's a good scenario for Goryachkina.
This might be a bit too early as a scenario, but if Goryachkina wins this one, then it would be depending on the game between Assaubayeva versus Koneru, and we might have another sole leader after this round. And c3 just played, by the way, so stopping all this trade on d4.
Oh, wait a second, but after c3, are we in time to stop h5, h4? That was like one of the potential problems would be that black's gonna go h5, h4.
So maybe now it's forced to play knight h4.
Knight h4 runs into this. Rook f2, rook f2, knight e3, right?
But is it that clear? Knight takes... Yeah, I mean, of course, it's black is better.
Yeah, it's what? Queen and the pawn for rook and knight. Yeah, I understand, like, white has some resemblance of a fortress because the knight is too passive, but, like, in the long run, it should be winning for black, right? And anything else, you just play h4. Like, pretty much rook h1, you just play h4, anything. So it is very scary. That's quite serious, yeah. h5, h4.
And c3 was also made rather quickly there.
Yeah. But on the other hand, knight d4 was very, very annoying.
Oh, she just played h5, yes. Yeah, h4 is an imminent attack right now.
h5. Okay, so queen e2, for example. h4.
Yeah, h5, h4.
Knight h4.
Then sacrifice.
Rook h4. Pawn takes.
Queen takes.
How do we win? Queen takes. Yeah, we do win. I had a hallucination about like knight f3 being a move, but you then just take it.
Or is it made into like knight e3, rook g8?
Knight e3, rook g8 is also a checkmate. Yeah.
Or something like that.
But rook f3 also works. Yeah, like rook f3.
And if king takes?
Queen h3.
Oh, that's the mate. Yeah, all right. Yeah, this is just clear. Rook h1. So now we might actually see some
So there's
sacrifice
still
then.
h4, right?
Yeah, h4. You cannot take it with the knight because rook takes f2. If
Yeah,
you
yeah.
take it with the rook, then just keep taking everything.
So rook takes, you take with the pawn, and black just has to keep the pieces on the f file, like rook f4, and maybe, you know what, maybe queen g7 here. Maybe queen g7 here, but then
king has to
goes
go
to
f1.
f1, e2, yeah. This knight is somehow offside. This knight is somehow offside. So we need this knight to join the action. That's strangely, that's why I thought knight b4, which is a very slow move, but it ensures that the knight has some job to do. Interestingly.
Yeah, that move is really interesting. It's a bit out of the box because you might think that all the action is on the king's
like
side.
everything.
Yeah.
No, but that's, you know, like how I come up with this move. So I imagine the scenario like we get all the pieces here. White somehow defends, and this knight, if white plays c3, it's very hard to bring it. It has to be like e7, g6, and hopefully it works. Or you can play knight b4 and you make sure that the knight is included in the attack. But maybe you just don't need it. Maybe you just win like this. And also you're not in rush maybe to play h4. Maybe you can start by doubling the rooks here. Or maybe white's planning to put the rook on h4. Yeah. Nonetheless, doesn't matter what you do, looks very, very attractive for black.
I was thinking if there's any sort of sacrifice. This is just my imagination with c4, because you have to take it with the pawn. With the knight, there might be some sacrifice on f3, right? And then queen c5 coming. But there's queen e2, so probably it's not the right time to do it.
Yeah, again, like I feel if we ever include this guy into conversation, it's immediately game over. So wait a second, just like slowly crawl here. Maybe not so slowly, it's 3 moves. f7, rook f1. Yeah, white is in time. Knight g5 I can take, or I can go knight h4. Yeah, might not be as easy for Goryachkina. Of course, still very attractive position, but one still needs to develop the initiative properly.
Okay, so I was just checking other games. There's been some action in the game between Assaubayeva versus Koneru, so probably let's jump to that game.
Let's jump to this one. And for your information, folks, the least developed, kind of the slowest developing game is Salimova with Lagno, where only 11 moves are played.
Yeah, 11 moves. They're still pretty much in the opening right now. So the last move that we saw in this game,
a3, 97.
97, yeah.
So b4 played, b6, bishop d1. So instead of going bishop g4 and exchanging for the bishop, Bibisara wants to put it on a4. Bishop d1, c takes, a takes,
And a5.
a5.
Right, so now, I mean, the move a5 ensures that black will have a passed pawn, but the question is the passed pawn really a passed pawn, because that might be also weak. And also the square b5 there looks like a very important square for the knight later. So
how do we react? I guess.
So if you take, how black will take
like
it with
take
the pawn?
or rook b, whether there's also like a move like rook b1, maybe. But yeah, let's pretend we are taking, and black takes like that.
And knight b5 or bishop a4 or
Knight b5 or
knight b5, yeah.
Knight b5, yeah.
Knight c5. f4 is f4 a move?
4 is definitely a move.
Takes and takes with the rook.
I was thinking it could be that black can get away with f6, because now, yeah, I understand, like on a structure Structure is not great after f5 and potential g4. But the queen side is somehow open a little bit, so it's not entirely stable, and it's not guaranteed that this attack is going to prove decisive. Like white has his pieces all over the place. That knight's on b5, so maybe I can play f6 and just hold the center like this. But yeah, I agree. Looks very pleasant for white. Looks very pleasant for white after capture, also after rook b1. So the point of rook b1 is I do not want to give the c5 square that easily. Probably planning bishop a4 anyway. And if you take and rook takes, then again b6 is weak and there is no passed pawn. Black does get some initiative though with some rook a3 jumps, so...
Yeah, I don't think this is what white wants to have, because rook a3, knight c5, just based on those two moves, black looks okay. Queen a8 here?
It depends, because I'm not sure if it works for you tactically after bishop a4.
Queen.
And if it doesn't, the rook's hanging. And if it doesn't,
okay.
then white just wins. So rook a3, I first also thought like it's a clever move, but I don't see the continuation. Queen c1, this loses seemingly to bishop a4, at least I don't see a move. And if this loses, that means queen a8 is impossible, that means rook a3 is kind of empty, because you'll have to go back. So I'm not sure, I actually like rook b1 from structural standpoint, because I do see my next move if black prefer to keep the tension. I want to play bishop a4. And I'm piling on the b file against the b6 pawn. So, funny enough, this good bishop on e6 is not so good. It doesn't do anything.
So maybe it was wise by Bibisara not to play bishop g4 and exchange the bishop.
Yeah, so bishop d1 is clever. Or who knows? Maybe this whole idea of like takes b4 go a5, even though it looks like ambitious, you're fighting for the c5 square. Maybe it's just wrong. So Koneru, as of now, she's not the favorite to win this game. So that means if Goryachkina wins against Tan, it's very likely she goes into a rest day being a sole leader of the tournament.
Yeah, that looks quite likely. And would you like to come back to Tsolakidou versus Paehtz? Because Paehtz
I can see the
played
knight
some
is
defense there.
The knight is fianchetted on g7. So Paehtz decided bishop d8, which is like not the easiest decision to make, but also you don't want to castle with white having the dark square bishop. So takes on d8, white goes g4, knight g7. Must feel awful having the knight on g7, but maybe it's not so easy to, wait a second. What happens if I go knight d4?
Queen c7?
b6 or c. Yeah, well, queen c7. You attack the pawn.
Yeah, and once you defend, I play a6 maybe.
Okay, even this rook here, a6.
Is black required to castle eventually?
Yeah, so that's the question, because
After queen f6?
I was thinking like if black castles and white gets queen h6, knight g5, white just wins. It's a slow plan, but also it's not clear what black can do about it. It looks really bad. And again, I'm not even sure if I played the kind of good moves for white. Okay, knight d4 is probably not bad. Knight from b3 has to be moved closer to the center. But basically, yeah, maybe I should be clever. Like start with queen e3, attack the a7 pawn.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like if I'm really, but I'm pretending I want to take on a7. And if say black reacts somehow, then queen h6. Where the only move seems to be castle.
Knight
d4, and the plan is to go here. I guess f6 is what black has to do.
Oh, the queen is hanging.
Yeah.
The queen c7
Queen
first.
c7.
But after knight f3, there's f6.
Knight f3, f6. And maybe I don't play knight f3 just yet, but rook e1. It's very scary. I mean, this knight's terrible. Maybe you still have to play
Maybe
f6.
still has to play f6.
Still have to play f6.
But then takes and g5, yeah? Oh, but there's knight f5.
Yeah, like winning the pawn, this pawn, I'm not sure how interested am I. I'd like to get to the king somehow, but yeah, maybe it's not as hopeless. Maybe it's not as hopeless thanks to the fact that the knight is not joining the action so quickly. But again, if white cannot win immediately, option B would be, to move the queen, go f4 and just have a strong center. Once again, the knight on g7 is passive.
Yeah, looks like a terrible position for Elisabeth here.
So once that, move 16, 40 minutes left for Stavroula. Well, she's shown she gets into time troubles from time to time, but also she can speed up, right?
Yeah, she can speed up. The only thing that Elisabeth can try to really, play for win is on the time situation. But I mean, this is still manageable for white to play all the good moves. And let's go back to the game between Munguntuul versus Divya there.
Yeah, just quickly. Okay, there's not much is going on. I think all that happened was kind of according to the prediction. c6, queen e7, bishop e6. A trade happened, and Munguntuul did not play bishop c5, interestingly, but instead went for knight e1. So it looks like she's moving the knight towards these squares.
Which is clever too. I think it would be depending on where the knight on f5 is moving. If you go to c4, the knight goes to d3. If you go to b3, then the knight probably go to c2 and then b4 or something like that.
Yeah, you can go to b4 from d3 as well, right?
Yeah.
So I guess knight d3 nonetheless. But still, it looks more pleasant for black. Just bishop e7. I don't know why I start with bishop e7. Just want to control c5 one more time. Then you start piling on the d file with the rooks. Yeah, the difference in the structure. Like you can have your c5 square, right? Say even something like this happens. No, okay. I shouldn't be so easy to trick, right? Like so rook d8. You can have your c5 square, but it's not very efficient, right? Well, the knight on c4 always keeps an eye on b2.
So maybe white has to switch her attention, not to go to c5. I'd like to play f4, but I'm not sure what's after knight takes e3. So one thing to also think about is to play bishop c1 first with the idea of f4.
C1 and then at some point play f4. Yeah, this could be it, even though still looks very pleasant for black. I don't see why black would be unhappy even after f4. Maybe just takes or knight takes, bishop takes.
Yeah, probably bishop takes.
Yeah, fair enough. White gets some breathing space, like some squares for the pieces and so on. But still, black has better structure. Black's knight on c4 is tremendously annoying, like attacking this b2. So all in all, seems like black's better already. Plus the time difference, of course. So Divya on 1 hour 15, while Munguntuul below half hour, 28 minutes left.
Yeah, so Divya has a huge lead on the time situation there.
Yeah, good chances to win the game.
Good chance as well, yeah. Black is doing very fine there. And let's just see quickly what's happening in the Salimova versus Lagno. Nothing much going on.
Each move takes them 20 minutes to make. That's what's happening. So rook d1, 20 minutes spent. Rook c8, 20 minutes spent. Another 20 minutes spent by Salimova for bishop g3, which is relatively standard move.
I think this is also kind of a psychological influence that you have on your opponents, probably because I think normally they wouldn't play this slow, but since you already see your opponent has been thinking so long in this type of position, and you feel like, oh, I have enough time on the clock to also do the same thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I agree. It's very often that one player kind of sets the pace of
the
the
pace
game,
of
and then
thinking.
like my opponent just spent 20 minutes on this move, so that means there is something to calculate, so I might as well. Bishop g3. Well, the question is, do we play c5 or do we prepare it in some fashion, like a6? Because like one thing to be worried about is e4 in such positions, right? But I don't think it's any dangers in this particular one. Again, one thing I'm considering is just like going knight h5 after this bishop, or again b5 c5 still could be the case. On the other hand, there is something to calculate.
Yeah, I think if e4, okay, let's put a6. If e4, then yeah, you have to be worried of this b5, b4. So after b5, you have to go bishop d3, but then it's blocking the rook to the queen. So, oh, bishop d6.
Bishop d6, yeah, also an option. Bishop d6.
It's a bit uncommon though, yeah? In this position.
Well, for the Queen's Gambit, yes, but you have something similar in the Catalan, I'm guessing, where, say, bishop going to f4 and black has this bishop d6 idea. So, this would be very much acceptable for black, who has the c-file, you know, like very flexible development. White still has like tiny bit more space, but black should be absolutely fine. And then the suspicion is that at some point white runs out of like useful waiting moves. Because the moment you castle, I'm very happy to trade, right? So the hg doesn't really scare me, there is no rook on the h-file. So if, let's say, you'd play a3, I think maybe capturing is a little bit too optimistic because the h-file gets open. Maybe not, maybe it's still fine, but I would refrain from capturing. But after a3, black also has like useful moves like a6 and queen e7 and c5 eventually. Yeah, so I like bishop d6. It just, it's not clear, like Atiri is like not playing for a win straight from the start, or she's trying to play the position, I'm sort of a flip-flop on this one, because I thought originally the choice of her opening suggests she wants to be solid. Then, yes, when she started to spend time, I thought, yeah, it probably looks for more complicated position. Now bishop d6 again, it's like on the solid side of what was available.
Right. Yeah, it's been quite a slow game, especially this one at Salimova versus Lagno. I was just checking on the other game as Assaubayeva actually played your idea with rook b1 after a5.
Yep.
There has only been one move there.
a5,
after
rook
a5.
b1 in Assaubayeva's game. Tsolakidou played queen e3 again. Two directions, queen here and queen h6. Munguntuul, knight went to d3.
But before that, it was bishop e7. So instead of jumping with the knight, Divya just played bishop e7. Could it be the idea is to play c5? And then the idea is just c5, c4, and then just push the knight away so that...
but you also need a square for your knight.
Yeah,
right?
there's no square for that. And then you're allowing rook to go to d5 maybe, yeah. So knight d3, I think it's a clever move as well. Preparing for f4. So what to do in this position? Like if you play knight c4...
I still want to play knight c4, and then so the knight on a5 is irritating me.
So yeah, I think knight c4 is the natural move here. I don't see anything after knight b3. I mean, it's stopping anything on c5, but that's pretty much it. Another idea is looks not as good, but there is queen c4.
Attack this.
Yeah. And also now preparing for the rooks to double up on the d file.
So to kind of use this
Yes.
little pin. Yeah. But I think f3 and then queen can be moved, right?
Yeah, we can
So
also
rook
have
here.
f6.
Queen c2. f6. Still white is in black is in control with like this light squares. Yeah. Maybe queen b3 later, knight c4. Yeah, looks better for black. Doesn't matter what we do. Not very exciting though, like, you know, symmetrical position. I think it'll take us a little bit more time for this to become like really interesting. Yeah, as of now, well,
Tan Zhongyi.
Assaubayeva with Koneru, of course, is interesting, but the main focus is this. The main focus is the game of the leaders. Assaubayeva, Tan Zhongyi with Goryachkina.
So we saw the position after h5 and rook h1, and there Goryachkina decided just to play queen g7, so she delays anything with h5, h4.
Wait a second, what is this move? Rook h3. Doesn't it like allow h4? At full swing, so to speak? It does, right?
It looks very likely to
Sure.
happen, actually.
So maybe she says, I'm not that scared. I just like go knight f1, you take, I trade and, you know, take on g3 with the knight. But it's almost like an invitation for black to play h4. I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, can we see h4 again, and then let's figure out what to do here.
Yeah, like it's clear that the moment
Yeah,
this
you
pawn
cannot
takes,
take.
there is always knight e3, right? So the
And
pawn
knight
can
cannot
only
take
Yeah,
because
so
of
we
rook
can show the
f2.
knight is pinned, and also the pawn is pinned because knight e3.
And rook cannot take because rook takes h4, rook takes h4, and
Yeah,
then
no way
the
to
same.
recapture. Yeah, no
So
way to recapture.
So the pawn
Sure
is
possible, yeah.
untakeable. And now, yeah, knight f1 looks, or queen e2.
Knight f1 or queen e2 something.
Okay, let's do queen e2.
Queen e2, and after this
Takes. Can we take g3 instead of
what?
of h8? I mean, rook takes
Hg
g3.
Rook takes g3. Yes, we could. But then queen to the h file. Not sure h6 or h7. Let's say queen h6.
Rook g1.
Yeah, the thing is, like, black's not threatening much, but
Yeah.
also you cannot take on g4. Yeah, and after
Yeah,
rook
queen.
g1, I might actually. No, that's nonsense. I thought I have queen h2, but no. I feel like I have to have some tactic here.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
which one, but
It feels like
some
it, yeah.
knight h2 or
It feels like it. Yeah.
this one's still not hanging, right? This one's
That's
still
not hanging. So maybe it's time to bring the other knight. Yeah.
But where? That's the problem. All the way to f4, yeah, like knight e7, g6, f4.
Yeah, maybe you have time. And king f1 maybe now.
King f1, and now this is where the knight is hanging. Actually, white is still alive, yeah, because if the king all of a sudden runs away to c2, there's not much of an advantage left.
And that's why I think Goryachkina played knight e7, so she realized that...
Doesn't want to rush. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe it's a
she's not
clever.
rushing.
Maybe it's a clever way of playing it. Just do not rush this one. Then white probably still has to go queen e2,
And knight g6.
knight to g6, and you have various knight f4 ideas, like say in this line, you go knight f4, you go double check from the queen and the knight, and queen g2 checkmate in this particular line. Knight to e7.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to stop it. Knight g6 is coming. You cannot stop it with knight h4 because f2 is still hanging. I think the most likely move to happen is some queen move here.
Maybe queen h1. Look, okay. There's one move. Queen h1, Knight g6, once again, I cannot take because this, right? But I can try to swing around this knight and go king f1, king e2. There's still h4 though. Yeah, there is still h4. Terrible. Pawn takes.
And then f4, rook g3.
Knight f4, rook g3. I mean, with such a king that
there should be some tactical blow here.
Queen d7 or something. Knight f, even knight d3, knight f2. It's also like tricky.
Yeah, looks terrible.
Looks terrible for Tan Zhongyi.
I think so far, out of these 5 games, we could actually kind of predict the result of 2 games, yeah? Like the game between Tan Zhongyi versus Goryachkina, of course. I mean, Black is in full control of the position and having lots of initiative.
Yeah, like as of now, of course, yeah, looks like Goryachkina is better. I'm not sure if we can predict the result because still it's a long way to go, but it's clear that Goryachkina is better, right? And what would be your second pick?
It's Tsolakidou versus Paehtz.
Yeah, Tsolakidou, of course, yeah. Like, Tsolakidou is much better against Paehtz. All the rest is like tiny bits. Tiny bits, yeah. Like perhaps
probably
Assaubayeva.
Divya has some slight advantage
Divya
there.
has advantage. Assaubayeva
It's
probably
still a game,
slightly better against Koneru.
And
like,
of course, Salimova versus Lagno is still pretty much equal.
it's the opening. Yeah.
It's still the opening.
All right, so let's give them more time then. Take a little break and come back in a few minutes for the third hour of play, where usually a lot of stuff actually happens. Right, so the middle game stage, and we'll see how those games with advantage develop, and in those which are still in the opening stage, who will seize the advantage.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来的。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset. Be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember, the year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back to the round 5 of the FIDE Women Grand Prix, and now 2 hours have passed and we still have all the games going on. Some of the games are clearly better for one side, but most of them they're still pretty much in the equal position or some tiny or slight advantage for one player. So which one are you looking now in your
well,
screen?
Tan Zhongyi with Goryachkina.
Let's go there, yeah?
Clash of the leaders where Goryachkina got an advantage early in the opening. So we have some development after knight to e7 and knight is rerouted to g6. We forgotten, and possibly Goryachkina forgotten about it. There is queen b3, so white says, you know what, I also can make threats. Queen b3 attacking e6, and it's a very much needed tempo, because after rook f6 you have time to kind of bring the other rook into play, defend f2, and now h4 can be answered with knight takes h4, right?
Right, so knight h4, yeah, there is no more like fork on the e3 square anymore, yeah?
Yeah, so the queen left and also f2 is defended. After knight g6, the big question is, after knight g6, can I go knight h4? It looks scary, but at the same time, this doesn't seem to work, right?
There's no much checkmate?
Yeah, like king h1 is one option, and there is no checkmate. And it's probably the only option. I was thinking of king f3 for whatever reason, but you just take the rook, and there is queen g4.
Yeah, queen g4.
Yeah, so check, double check rather, king h1, knight takes,
Take on f4.
Yeah.
With the pawn, I guess.
Take on f4 with the pawn to control g3.
And rook g8 is coming.
Yeah. Something like that. Knight h2, rook g8, knight f3. And strangely,
rook g6.
Rook g6 is nice, so that if I take, it's queen g6.
Rook h2 and then queen d1.
Rook h2, queen g4,
queen d1.
Queen g4, queen d1.
Everything.
Wait a second? Can white unpin? Is the big question. What's your next move?
Yeah.
Like rook is not moving, knight's not moving. You can only shuffle the queen back and forth, right? So it's not impossible that white's lost despite being a Bibisara.
That's a funny position.
No, not even queen g1.
No, queen g1, queen f3, and then rook g2, and then
e5,
just push the pawn.
So you have two moves. Back and
just
forth.
queen d2, queen d1.
Okay, the question is if black is winning or it's just a draw, because it's unlikely that you win with the king here. Very strange position. Anyway, so knight g6, knight h4. If, let's say, if knight f4 doesn't work, what do I have to do? Like take here. Oh wait, actually take here, go rook f8, and you just win. Because f2, there's no way to protect f2. Knight a3 is
knight a3 is coming too,
so knight h4 is not possible. After knight g6, then black has all the reasons to play knight g6, and h4 is happening, and knight f4 is a threat. Wait a second. Yeah, the deviation is minus 2.3 after rook f1. So rook f1 was a mistake, and I suppose knight g6 is strong.
So instead of rook f1, or before rook f1, was it a different evaluation?
It was. Well, the standard one in this position for quite some time is like minus 0.7. So black is better, black has the initiative and so on. But I'm guessing rook h1 could have been a move. Even though still you cannot take this one after knight g6. I'm not sure. What I'm sure is that after rook f1, computers claiming black is winning. Computers claiming black is winning, and I suppose knight g6 could be one way, but also, now that I'm thinking, it could be just like piling up on the f-file. Rook f8, queen f7. It's a terrible looking position, to be honest. Imagine if Goryachkina just wins it that easily. So it's pretty much, yeah, like develop the pieces, black, yeah. Like
And with black pieces too.
Exchange some stuff, white castles inaccurately, and then there is no way back, pretty much. Okay, as of now, looks very promising for Goryachkina. Let's check the other games. The closest to the time control on move 28, we have Munguntuul and Divya. Rather symmetrical setup, with black knight being a little bit more active after knight c4, bishop c5 happened, rook d8, exchange on e7, knight b4, queen c7.
That's also a tricky knight there. It cannot be
That's a
away.
good knight on d4,
because
so it
there's
always
knight
targets
d5.
c6, and the moment you play c5, of course, white is very happy to jump on d5. So h3, h6, king h1, rook f8, king h2. So Munguntuul says, you know what, I do not have like a clear plan or something, please show me how you're planning to win this one.
Yeah, Divya is still ahead on time, but yeah, I agree with you. It's pretty hard to come up with an actual plan in this position, yeah?
Yeah, it's...
Although black has all these ideas. I mean, the knight on c4 is eyeing on b2. Is there possible to, yeah, just try to double
maybe
up the
rook
rooks?
d6, rook d6, maybe this way. Now if you go here... Ah well, rook d6 runs into knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6 is there. That's why king h2 is so tricky.
Queen c7 maybe. Then white can try to do something very similar, but still cannot double because has to guard the b2 pawn. So let's pretend this happens. Is it enough for black and say white just like plays something? Is there a way for black to make further progress? It's still not clear, right? Because queen d2, c6.
c6 hanging.
So maybe if f3, maybe f3 is a bad move. Maybe you need an option of going queen g4, because now I can see black moving the king closer to defend the c6 pawn and then go queen d7. Which even then, sorry, queen d2, right? So let's say, I don't know, white will just like...
But I think that's fine too, because you always have this queen f2 if you want to go to the back rank.
Yeah. There's always gonna be like some stuff like that. And even if, let's say, all of this happens, black somehow just like gets there, trades the queen, not d3, sorry, queen d2, trades the queens, and still not immediately winning for black, right? Because you have another line of defense. You put the knight on d3 and you bring the king in the center. So in fact, yes, black is better, but it's a lot of job to be done in order to win this one. Divya goes queen c8. I'm trying to understand the idea of it. Okay, just shuffling around, I guess. I don't think she wants f5. Well, it doesn't change much on the other hand. White just shown that yeah, I don't have an active plan, right? So you have pretty much all the time in the world for black. So queen c8.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is that. Salimova finally started to play moves, right?
Yeah, there's some pieces
after
traded off there.
bishop g3, bishop d6, white castled, then black is happy to trade on g3, and black went c5, d5. Everything traded on d5, queen c7, bishop b7, knight h4, and knight f5, rook c to d8. So that's a nice knight on f5, but potentially black has the majority on the queen side, right? So it's not as easy.
Yeah, that's not as easy. So probably the knight on f5 has to be transferred back to the queen side. I mean, there is a chance now knight d6 and then knight c4. She just moved something. There was a queen move there.
A4 maybe?
Queen c3.
Queen c3. Queen c3.
Knight
right.
h6. Okay.
Oh well, yeah, knight h6 is a threat, among other things.
Also maybe to transfer the queen to the other side, queen e5, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, queen e5, queen f4, something like that.
Yeah, but specifically knight h6 is very annoying because I thought black can centralize the queen, like queen e4, attack the knight, and if the knight moves, then queen e6. But yes, knight h6, king h7. Can this be right now? This one falls.
F3. Oh, yeah, that one falls. Yeah, you can just take.
Trade on d8. And
Yep. So probably after queen c3, king h7. How do you protect h6 then?
Yeah, but king h7 is also a little bit awkward, right? Maybe just go h5, expand there.
And now queen e5, it might be a bit
e5,
dangerous.
Yeah, I agree. Like queen e5, and you have some knight g7 tricks.
Yeah, it might be dangerous now.
Yeah. c3. Unpleasant. And after king h7, I thought even a move like, I don't know, g4 I was thinking. Don't know if it's any good, but like g4, f3, this type of setup to support the knight. And then after f3, king f2, who knows, maybe rook's gonna be able to go to h1.
Or queen e5.
Or queen e5, yeah. Queen c3.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward now on how to protect the h6 pawn. Or should... Okay, we cannot really move the knight, can we? Knight h5, but then doesn't matter, g4.
Yeah, we are not threatening anything. Well, there is one more option to take here and then to go queen e4, because in this case king h7 does seem to work and the knight is trapped.
F3.
F3.
You have to play what? Queen g6? Yeah.
Knight g4, I guess. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes. Okay, black is not unhappy with this one for sure. The king's gonna run away. But I was worried that when we give the d file away, maybe white can... Yeah, on the other hand, like knight d6, queen e6 is not something very impressive. Like you would much rather have the knight on f5. Yeah, maybe that's the way. Maybe you trade on d8 and go queen e4. Sorry, trade on d1 and go queen e4. Because alternatively, like all this king h7 business is not very pleasant.
Yeah, that's possible.
Okay, that's 36 minutes left for our Lagno. Salimova is down to 23.
And they still have to make another...
Yeah, that's to move
20
21
moves,
only.
yeah.
Move 21 only. Assaubayeva with Koneru. So Assaubayeva did go for rook b1. Bishop c2, doubled on the b file. b8, king h1, queen c5. Offering the queen's trade. Now, what's happening? Yeah, maybe there is not much for white. I guess if you take, black takes with the knight. Also pawn takes is possible. b6 is protected. Maybe it's not much.
Yeah, probably is. I think it is a very good approach by Koneru as well to try to exchange the queens, because at some of the variation after the queens are being exchanged, you can also think about bringing the king to the queen side.
Yeah, that's one thing. And remember, there was a problem to play rook a3 because of some queen c1. So now, if the queens are coming off, you don't have this problem. Can I go knight a4 to kind of trade on my terms? So black, I presume, will take e3. and then I'm just claiming, okay, I have better structure as white. But on the other hand, I'm not sure how I'm making progress here. Like black starts moving the king towards the center. I've attacked it 3 times, yes. Black pieces are somewhat passive, but I cannot really increase the pressure, right? Well, d4 maybe. Yeah, maybe still,
Maybe d4, yeah.
d4, I guess f6.
Is c4, c4, c5, yeah?
That's a question. Is c5 a move? Yeah, it is.
It is, it is.
Is c5, pawn takes, rook c8. I can't play because knight takes b6, knight b6 and pawn takes on b6. The bishop cannot be taken.
Yeah.
Well, computer gives slight plus to white, like 0.4, but yeah, nothing too straightforward. Maybe indeed, yeah, knight a4 and try to move the pawns in the center.
Yeah.
Then what else do we have? Paehtz.
Paehtz, yeah.
Tsolakidou.
I was about to ask your evaluation on that game, Tsolakidou Paehtz, because it looks like, in hindsight, Paehtz kind of stabilizing the position, but probably not so much.
Yeah, well, it did improve. The evaluation did improve for black. So at some point it was +1, if I'm not mistaken.
Or just +1? I thought it was more.
No,
only
it was
+1.
Knight d4, f5, well-timed reaction here. E takes f6, rook takes f6.
Yep.
Yeah, by the way, after f5, what would have happened in case of knight f3?
I think it's just...
Something on the... well, something. Rook on the 7th rank.
Yeah, I think it has to be rook.
Knight g5 and knight e8.
Knight moves
yeah?
somewhere. Yeah, knight e8.
And it could be that white can't really make progress, which
Thanks.
is surprising. Which is surprising, but maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, maybe thanks to the queen on a6 here, everything is also protected, especially the pawn on e6. Yeah. So I think they have to treat this position move by move then.
Honestly, still, like, I have difficulties believing that this is not winning for white. Like c4.
Maybe d4, but d4 there's rook
d4,
d1.
the d pawn will be weak, right? If dc4, then after rook d1.
And you go
maybe
rook
black
d8 maybe, yeah?
I know, but yeah, black can play queen c6. So it's one of those like tricky positions because on one hand, of course, yeah, one move from the checkmate, queen h7 is a checkmate, but also your queen is one-dimensional. It's gonna stuck on h6, and the only thing it does is so. Anyway, somewhere around this point, white had a very serious advantage, which he doesn't have anymore. Queen g5, queen e5, queen b6, and now computer only gives like plus 0.3 for white, so like minimal age.
So is f4 now the idea here? It doesn't make any sense for now because there is no threat yet. Okay,
So
b2 is hanging.
I'm not sure like how serious is the threat to the b2 pawn, because like in some cases we'll have g5 knight e6, but maybe we have to pay attention. Maybe b3 is the move we play. And I guess once again, if white is given all the time in the world, you'll lift the rook to e3, indeed you'll play f4, maybe even like king to g3 after f4, you know. So
White is still better, but it's not as better as it was before. Yeah.
So the feeling is like somewhere here there was dynamical advantage. So white could develop very strong attack, while in the current position after move 22, it's more about, you know, the knight on g7 it's kind of slower factors, right? The knight on g7 is passive. White has this blockade. Yes, white is better, but it's not like white's winning next move or in 3 moves, 5 moves. So it can actually prolong the game for quite a while.
And she just did something. Oh, b4 instead of b3.
b4, yeah, b4 also possible. b3 would be a bit more flexible, but there is nothing wrong with going b4. c3 pawn for now is not even possible to attack. And then next moves will be rook e1, rook e3, I'm guessing.
Or a move like a4 maybe.
Yeah,
a4,
a4, e5 also
yeah.
is a nice expansion. It's just that, yeah, maybe there is like no attackers on this c3 pawn. I'm still, worried to be able to defend it, but for now it's very hard to find a piece for black which will actually attack the c3 pawn. Maybe you drop the rook to c7, to f7, and then either rook to c7 or queen to c7 in some cases. Still better for white, right? a4, rook e1.
All other games are getting very interesting right now. I cannot choose which one I would like to look at. Of course, the game between Tan Zhongyi and Goryachkina, it is always very exciting to see one side is attacking another. Should we jump to that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's go. -2. Is the
-2
evaluation,
now, so.
rook f1, rook f8. She doesn't even play knight h6, simply doubles on the f file. And Tan Zhongyi goes king g1, already offering a capture on f3.
And also e6. a6 is hanging,
of course, but still, like takes f3, for instance, knight takes, rook takes, you take e6, king goes to b8. Isn't it winning?
Maybe it takes h5?
Takes h5.
I don't know,
right,
some
with d3,
sacrifice on f2, is it possible? Knight f2 even.
Yeah, maybe knight f2 wins, but also knight d3 seems winning, right? Because rook g3 next. Knight f2, I guess, is more brutal. Knight f2, rook f2.
Queen g3.
Yeah, but I still don't see.
Oh, there's no matching.
Still don't see how we win. It's very promising, but maybe.
Queen f4.
Yeah, then probably knight e3 is an easier solution because I just attack this guy and then rook g3 is serious. Yeah, I guess you just take. Okay, wait. If you don't want to take, can you somehow defend e6 first? Because
there's no reason to do that, I think, yeah? Just
yeah, like to go here, for instance. Also, I'm not sure if you need to. No, I think that's one of those positions where you calculate a little bit and you win straight up. So check, king b8. Is it the position really? I'm double checking on the camera. Yes.
Yes,
king
it
G1
is. King
played.
g1 is the last move.
So this rook takes and
Yeah, if rook takes, knight can go anywhere.
yeah, it
E3
feels like
is
knight
good.
e3. So if rook doesn't take, what's white's hope even? I'm not sure. King g. Well, the problem with king g2, for instance, it's not only rook d3, but after queen f8, there is still no way of defending f2. So white is unable to solve all the problems, it seems. So what are we missing? After rook f3, not sure.
Taking e6 now also doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, like this. I guess rook h5 indeed, knight e3, and maybe like move the rook.
Rook
g3, king h1.
Rook somewhere.
Yeah, that's
Rook g6 first, maybe. Rook g6, rook h6.
g6.
Oh, but queen h3.
Queen h3. And then we can move the knight back and just play this position. It should be winning.
Yeah, it should be winning.
It should be winning. It's maybe not winning straight up, but it should be winning. Move 22, and Goryachkina is already presented with a very pleasant option of capturing f6.
And not only that, but also the time situation. She doesn't have any worry to be in a rush in this position because she has everything in her disposal, and I think she's about to move, and she takes the knight. Yeah, she takes the knight on f3.
She does take on f3. Tan Zhongyi back at the board. I think recaptures on F. No, she didn't recapture yet.
She took the E6
first. Yeah. Queen E6 first.
And I think King B8 has to be played.
B8, yeah. Well, I guess we can say up until now it's a good game by Goryachkina, but Tan Zhongyi played poorly today.
Yeah, that castle is it's a bit too early.
Yeah, once again, it's of course like if you check this one with the computer, perhaps computer criticizes every other move for white. Yeah, but in reality, I think kind of the main mistake was castle, because after that it was clear black has the initiative, and it's very hard to defend positions like this, even if computer says it was possible. Yeah, so quite understandable what happened is, as we said, like she prepared the particular lines, but she's perhaps not very comfortable playing this kind of positions. By the way, knight f3.
King b8 is already played.
Yeah, king b8
and then
knight
take
f3,
twice on
rook
f3.
Knight f3, rook f3.
Yeah, not sure what to do here as white. Knight e3 is coming. Yeah,
black's so dominant. Like at some point, let's say black plays knight c6 and starts simply taking pawns, like rook d3 and stuff.
And maybe I was right. I was predicting that this one is going to be the first to finish, but 4 different results actually. We were showing it before white did the castle, but now it's almost like I think it's almost wrapping up soon.
At least it's the clearest in terms of evaluation. That
Yes.
the black is just like clearly winning. All the rest is like at best slight advantage for one of the sides. Move 31 in Munguntuul with Divya. Munguntuul is down to 11 minutes and not much has changed. The queen c8, rook e1, queen e6, yeah, knight a6, queen f6, knight back to b4. So Munguntuul doesn't really have, as we said, like doesn't really have a plan and
Just wait and see.
Plays almost like if it's the fortress. One way would be to start expanding, like now that the queen is on f6, to start expanding on the king side, like g6, h5, just seize a bit more space, go king g7, you know, improve the position a little bit. Because if you are unable to win the fight over the d file, maybe you want to open the other file in the position.
Yep, and I think she's starting to do that. King h7 is now on the board. Yeah, I think she's going to slowly expand the king side there.
Right. Yeah, this possibly will be a long game, but yeah, Divya has the advantage. Salimova with Lagno.
Queen d3.
After queen c3,
Yep.
it was exchange on d1 and queen e4 indeed.
Yeah,
So
but we were looking at other moves for white that could be quite offensive. But here, Salimova just decided, okay, queen
yeah,
d3
queen d3.
solves the problem, and potentially, yeah, I mean, it is still an equal position, but at least the rook is going to be more active.
Yeah, so now, like if black trades, the fact that white has the rook on the d file is actually kind of important, because if it would be other way around, I would claim that black is just better, like with majority on the queen side and possession of the d file. So this way, since white controls the d file, white's probably fine, but not more than that. And I guess once again you can go like h5, g6. It's important not to play rook c8, the move that I just considered. I thought we want to start moving the pawns, and maybe let's start with rook c8. Rook c8 blunders knight e7, so that's.
But also
not
for
very
white, there could be, after the queen trades, I think white is just very comfortable there. There's nothing much to worry about. So probably if Kateryna wants to keep the game alive, of course, she has to keep the queens on the board. But if the queen goes away,
Like queen e6.
like queen e6,
yeah,
yeah,
maybe queen e6.
It's a move. Like, I was thinking to get something in the center by playing. Hang on, a2. I think you want to take a2, right?
Yeah, it's not impossible. Maybe I'll take. So b3 then?
Yeah, b3 or a3.
b3. And after b3, black has this funny move, g6. Because knight h6, there is king g7. And it looks like the knight is trapped, right? So it's not that comfortable to after black keeps the queens. There is queen e6, there is also, I just realized there is also queen e5. Attacking b pawn and not the a pawn.
And maybe rook. Oh, if rook d2, then knight e4 comes.
Yeah. But also there is the same thing with g6, right? Because I'm a little bit worried, like if this happens, either with the queen on e6 or e5, like if this happens and there's the pin on the d file, it can be quite unpleasant for white. So you're right, yes, black has to try to keep the queens on the board. Because the knight on f5, you know, pride and glory of white's position, all of a sudden turns into a problem.
Yeah, queen e6 has just been played. So now, yeah, since there's no more attack on the king side, white has to think about the pawn on a2 first by playing a3 or b3. And probably in this moment,
g6
the knight
works,
has to be kicked out.
Who knows? Maybe you have to go to h4, which isn't like terribly wrong or something, but it's clear that white's not better in this position, right? You can go knight e4, you can just play king
There was
g7.
one idea though. It might not be working, but after g6, knight h6, and then king g7, and then queen d6. I think the right move is f8. F8 is hanging.
Wait.
I think the right move is to take the queen and then play rook somewhere. But there is an idea: if rook goes to e8 instead of taking the queen, then somehow the queen on d6 can jump to f4.
Yeah.
Although the knight is still trapped, but it's still
you
an
can
interesting
trade
idea.
and go knight e4. I think you're winning a knight,
Yeah.
right? Just take on knight e4 with the tempo. And
Yep.
this is it. Yep.
So queen e6. And I guess we can move on to Koneru's game because she decided to open up the center.
Oh.
So we saw the position after
I start
queen
the
c5.
analysis of it from the evaluation because guess what? It's +4 for white.
+4.
+4, yeah. So what was happening after queen c5? Queen d2 was played by Assaubayeva, and Humpy decided to go f5, which happened to be totally off.
Usually you want to close the position in the
Now
center.
feels like, this idea of opening the position up wasn't great at all. Knight d5, queen here, rook b5, queen a3. I'm still not sure why the evaluation is so tremendously big, but I suspect
Knight e7.
something happens with this king. Like knight e7, and where do you even go? Let's say you go to h8.
I think you just captured the bishop.
Among
yeah?
other things, you take the bishop, you go d4.
Queen g5 even.
Yeah, I mean, you can go d4, you can go, well, maybe queen g5. Just like d4 feels so right to open the diagonal, but maybe queen g5 also, like collecting stuff. Yeah, like, but even like after d4, it's very hard to come up with the move. g6 falls, you know, the rook from b5 sometimes just gets to attack the king. Yeah, it's almost like a suicide committed.
It is,
like with this f5, I understand she was probably getting nervous that she cannot find any idea to play for a win, you know, but sometimes one just shouldn't do this. Yeah, knight e7 plus 4.7 according to the machine. So white is just dominant, absolutely dominant, and yeah, king h8. I guess you just
king f7 also doesn't really help anything, yeah. I think you can also do the same thing.
Yeah,
like
you
knight
do
takes,
the same thing. You
and
take king.
d4 also feels so right
d4
there.
opening the position. I just realize there is one more motif here, rook f3, rook b3, rook f3. Like white all of a sudden attacks with all the pieces.
Wow, then it means probably, yeah, we will have a
Wow,
solider
that'll
again
be-
after this.
And what is Bibisara's score? She
2.5.
She didn't lose any,
No.
so she would be in +2 in this case. Let's imagine that Bibisara wins and also Goryachkina wins. That means Goryachkina is on +3 and Bibisara is on +2. While both Tan and Humpy are pushed back to +1. So Bibisara will be in clear second if she wins. So this is a tremendously important game for her.
It is important, yeah. Wow, it's so I guess the major mistake that Humpy was doing is this push
Yeah,
f5 pawn.
F5. But also, like, if you just pass in this position instead of f5, 95 wasn't even an idea. 95 you
You just
always
capture,
take.
yeah.
So she opened herself this window of opportunity for white to jump to d5.
I still cannot understand, like, even if white doesn't play the best moves in this position after bishop f5, like, what is the next idea?
What's so great about f5?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big question. It seems like, you know, seriously like a nervous decision, so that you can't really find the way to progress, and you say, okay, let's go f5, let's complicate the position. But you're playing against Bibisara, who's waiting for moments like this.
Because in my understanding, well, black still has to solve the problem with the b6 pawn.
Over
and
here,
then,
yeah.
and,
It's like
and then just focus on that problem
right.
first.
So the position is like this. Like you can say e to h file. The king side, the center, and the king side is absolutely symmetrical. You can include the d file also. Like everything is symmetrical, everything is solid. And on the queen side, you have this one weakness for black, which is for now defended. But that's pretty much it.
Could it be she's worried about f4 since Bibisara already signaled that maybe she's planning to play f4 with king h1, but
even then, like f4, f6, remember we were looking at, would be, I don't know, maybe it's still unpleasant, but it would be much better than f5, you know, because this one's just lost. This one is just lost.
yeah, I'm trying to find some ways in prolonging
I guess
the game.
you go here. No, I mean,
Takes
we
days.
should look for the move in this position, if there is any, because I doubt there is. Queen a2.
You can play
really
rook.
awkward, like trying to pin this thing.
Rook b2, something like that, or even queen d3. You just want to go for the
Queen
checkmate.
g3,
yeah.
queen g6. Yeah. Wait a sec. There's also, queen a2 is total nonsense. You can also take, and if pawn takes, then you can play rook d5. You can play rook b2 and take this. Yeah, if pawn takes, it's just a rook b2
and
take
win the
horse.
knight. Yeah.
If d5 answered with knight e5, then you can take d6 and rook is no. Everything's falling
Everything
apart.
is lost here.
If everything would not be falling apart, the variation would not be plus 4.7. So it's almost like white is a rook up.
But this type of mistake, Miro, is very uncharacteristic of Koneru. So
Yeah.
could it be like this? Well, we're already like in the mid-tournament right now, and it's getting nervous for everyone, but also the stamina.
Yeah, that's very hard to explain, to be honest. Yeah, like Koneru, she played so far. She played like
Really well, yeah.
very like quality chess. Well, perhaps like she was winning against Tan Zhongyi and she let it slip, but apart from that, yeah, she was playing very well. And also the dynamics. She didn't play any crazy positions like this. She was like very true
solid
to her style. Yeah, positional. You know, well, keeping stuff under control. And then all of a sudden,
It's just collapse, yeah. So I guess the rest day tomorrow is a very much needed rest day for everyone. And I think let's please switch back to the game between Tan Zhongyi versus Goryachkina, because there have been some moves there. And after, wait, how did the pawn
so after
disappear?
this, rook takes h5. Goryachkina didn't
play
play
knight
knight
e3.
e3.
Did we miss anything there?
I don't know. She missed something.
Okay, let's analyze this because it looks like it's just winning by force, but probably there's something that
Wait
we
a
missed.
second. It could be that it's like queen e5, rook e5, knight f1, and you take on f1.
And then just too many pawns.
The knight's hanging, and then you give a check, and you go king e2, and why would you want it as black? Yeah, because like white has the materials is 3 pawns for the knight, and yeah. So perhaps what she has done is like
just clear.
better. Yeah, take the pawn after rook h3.
Now bring the other knight to
Yeah.
life.
So that's perhaps the most important thing to do, is to make sure that the knight from e7 finally finds some targets.
Rook d6 has been played.
Rook d6.
Yep, kicking out the queen, and queen now goes to c4.
Queen goes to c4. And then she can... I don't know if she's planning to defend the c5 pawn. Oh, wait a second. Rook h6. Is rook h6 like win on the spot?
Ooh.
Or whoa.
Takes, queen takes.
Takes and king g2. Yeah? And the king is running here.
But
Because I thought it was like game over.
But even though it's running, but okay, queen h2, queen h5.
Queen h5. I have to go back. Somehow still alive.
Yeah, you should be winning somewhere.
I agree. I feel like it's like one last tactical trick to find, and white's completely busted.
What about... Oh, but okay, I thought queen h3 works after king f3, but yeah, there's always rook d8. I like b6 here, actually. It's a bit too simple, I know. It's
But the pawn?
Yeah.
Or that's okay. Yeah.
Just give up the pawn, and then since the queen is on c4 right now, maybe I can play rook h6. I don't know what changes, but it looks like when the queen is a little bit off of the line there.
But it's on the same diagonal, man. Ah, you wanted this.
Mm-hmm.
But then, okay, rook moves.
Yeah, and it's actually giving
Now,
some check.
this guy's not playing. This guy's not playing on e7, so I insist on including it into the
Or maybe
action.
now, yeah? Knight g6.
Like knight g6.
Knight g6, if takes, then knight f4. Is it winning?
Yeah, but that's the big question. Like knight f4, does it work or not? Knight e3, there is rook g3.
g3.
There's rook g3. Rook g6 now? No,
But yeah, do not give the
f5.
knight before
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of that, yeah.
It's very strange, yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, even rook d6.
Yeah, rook d6, queen c4, that
Well,
position.
look, the logic is like this, okay, my logic at least. If we wanted b6, king b7, if we wanted to win slowly, then why do we play rook d6, right? So rook d6, apparently that means that like there is some tactic. So let's go. This, king g2.
Let's...
Is queen d2 a thing?
And then
queen
king,
c5,
king
yeah.
g... Oh, queen c5.
Let's
Queen c5 is there.
So check. Here, here. Still unable to bring the knight in.
Rook d2. She played. Queen,
Rook d6, queen
Yep.
c4, rook d2. Yeah, fair point.
But what's the idea if I take on c5?
I guess just to take on b2.
Oh, really?
Just to take on b2, why not? Like, because when you clear the queen side a little bit, there should be squares available for this knight, right? I'm actually thinking knight c8, knight d6 could be next couple of moves.
Yeah, that move I like. Yeah.
Okay, rook d2. Also, Tan Zhongyi is getting somewhat low on time.
So let's say if I
12
just play
minutes.
b3.
b3 here. Maybe still go to c8.
Giving up that pawn, yeah? Takes.
c5, go to d6. Hitting this. There is f3, however. Knight h2. Rook f2.
No, there is also b6. So that the knight can go to e3 maybe?
Ah, yeah, you're right. After f3 there is an nice intermediate move, b6 and knight a3. But still somehow this knight on d6 is not it's not getting anywhere.
It looks better, but not really participating.
Yeah, like you really want to get there and win. Yeah? b2, so we are discussing b3. Yeah. Getting rid of this rook would help.
Or could it be knight g6 now? Because now the knight on knight f4, knight f2 is the threat.
Ah, and now you go here, and after this you go here. Yeah. Yeah.
So Tan Zhongyi took the pawn on c5.
Took the pawn on c5. Right, you probably still can go knight g6, but I guess there is no reason not to take on b2. Because, yeah, I was somewhat worried about rook d1, but you can always just go knight c8 and shot this diagonal down. Oh, rather, file. Or knight c6 maybe.
And also f2 is hanging, eh?
No, but it's, I thought
Knight
something like
knight
that,
c8.
but then knight c8, yeah.
Knight g6, yeah, she doesn't want to have this counter attack with rook d1, so she goes knight g6. I think knight f4, knight takes f2 now is coming up on the board.
Yeah. Well, she's not in a rush to take the pawn as far as I understand, because now if white moves the pawn, then after knight f4 the game seems over. Right, so the rook's attacked, and if the rook moved, it's knight f2,
Knight
or
f2.
If the pawn takes, it's knight f2, king h2, knight h3 with a check, queen g2 with a check, and
I was trying to
wait
get
a
the
second.
no, I was trying to get the queen. Just knight takes e4. It was hang on.
Knight e4,
yeah, knight
because
e4.
this one is actually a perpetual.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I mean, I'm sure white's aware, black is winning. Yeah, knight e4. Knight e4 is not even the queen, but I guess
It's a checkmate
it's
on
it's a
g2.
checkmate, right?
Yep.
Anyway, yeah. Or rather, you have to block on f2,
Then
where
and then
well,
win everything.
black wins literally everything. Yeah, overall seems like a nicely played game by Goryachkina, and deviation becomes very depressive for Tan Zhongyi. It's minus point for 4.5, so which confirms position is absolutely winning. Let's check Koneru quickly. Some moves followed. King h8, yes. White captured g6, went to d4, and after e d4, queen d4. This is the position we have. G6 hanging. All of a sudden, like all the white pieces can join the attack, while black rook stuck on a6, black rook on b8 doesn't do much.
Yeah. But yeah, the bishop on c2 is so strong.
Wow, just realized. Okay, there is knight e5, kind of defending everything for now, and you probably win in many ways, like f4 is good and so on, but there is optically very pleasant move c5.
Yeah,
Using,
I totally agree. I like this move a lot.
Yeah, like, you know, highlighting how overloaded the pieces are. And knight e5 is on the board. Knight e5 is on the board, so there is a chance for Bibisara to go after, you know, bonus style points with c5, which is unnecessary, of course, because f4 wins, and I believe many other moves should win as well. But c5 strong, and
c5
also,
looks really strong.
Aesthetically very pleasing.
I was thinking if there is some sacrifice on rook e5, but I don't think it is necessary when we see there's a c5 on the board.
Yeah, like you have a bunch of ideas. You can go queen h4, bishop e4, opting for bishop d5, which also wins, I believe. But like when you see c5, for me it would be very hard to stop myself from playing c5, because it's like you keep all the other winning ideas and you're creating new ones, you know. So that's the logic.
Yeah.
You'll take cb6 and then, or cd6 under money. There is not much to discuss. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for any sort of defense here, but I fail in
It's
doing
that,
so.
you know, in these positions, the only dangerous mindset that you can have with white is just like you start thinking, what would be the way not to win? Because it seems like everything's winning. Yeah, probably not to win, you should start by blundering some queen c1 or queen a1. Yes, it's definitely not rook 1 to b3.
Oh, she did it. C5 is
She
on
goes
the board.
c5, yeah.
Yes. It's so hard to resist this temptation.
Yeah, when you see this, maybe
Yeah.
it's so hard to resist playing c5. And for Koneru, it's
Yeah.
really hard to suggest something. It's
I'm
absolutely
taking a
lost.
pick on your screen. It's +8
Plus
for
8,
white?
yeah, the
Oh,
evaluation.
wow.
Okay, it actually drops the evaluation a little bit, so there was apparently something stronger than c5, but 5.8 is good enough. +6, okay.
We might be seeing the end of this game actually, because I don't see any defense here.
Yeah, no, there isn't. There isn't. What do you do? No.
No. Yeah.
Rook d8. Yeah, loses to queen h4, among other things. Ah, well, there is one more threat after c5, which is queen h4, bishop b3. I just realized. There's also, yes, the threats are
things now.
coming up from every possible angle. There's absolutely nothing to be done for Koneru.
And yeah, Bibisara showed a sign of a strong player here, even though she knows that she's much better in this position. She stays focused because the score sheet hasn't been signed yet. Yeah, nothing is on the paper yet. So yeah, you should stay focused until really the end of the game.
Yeah, because those things, well, when you get more experience, of course, you can control them, but, you know, these thoughts, I'm playing and winning a beautiful game. This is also like, some people get overexcited, yeah.
Yeah, this is totally important game for Bibisara here in this tournament because...
Yeah, no, seriously, like she gets in the second spot, half point behind Goryachkina, who, by the way, she has already played, right? There was this draw where Goryachkina was better. And then
But also the feeling walking into the rest day with a win beforehand, you know, you feel so good, like mentally too.
It's a very good tournament for Bibisara, we can say already.
Yeah. Also, on the other game, can we switch to Tan Zhongyi versus Goryachkina? Because after knight g6, rook goes to h5 back.
Ah, so rook h5 was played, and again, the evaluation is like some minus bajillion. I guess knight f4 you play nonetheless.
Oh, maybe the idea is after knight f4, there is... Oh no, I was thinking there might be some perpetual with queen f8, queen c5. I was thinking of rook g5.
Like rook g5.
But the rook on d2 stays clear on the d file.
Yeah,
so
but
you
also,
can just
but
take,
also
yeah?
there is knight h3, knight g5.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of the same, like if white takes and then knight e3, you have rook g5.
Oh, what about rook h7? Maybe that is the idea. If knight f4, rook h7?
Knight f4, rook h7. Wait, but there is no perpetual, there is b6,
Oh,
right?
b6, yeah.
When the queen
c7
is on the
is
7th rank,
c7,
there's b6.
yeah. c7 is
so
defended.
check and b6, and this pawn is protected. Yes, black queen really has to disappear somewhere. No, I think it's knight f4 and then knight f2.
I don't see
And
the
after rook
defense.
g5, you go here, king h1, knight g5.
And then queen
And this is
h7,
it.
yeah.
This is it. Because
And
after
she
this
did
cards,
it. Knight f4 is now on the board.
Knight f4. So both Goryachkina and Assaubayeva are winning beautiful games.
Yeah, I was wondering, you know, I thought they were going to play in some round, but I just realized that they already played and make a draw.
They did. Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So knight f4.
Knight f4. The evaluation is -5, and moreover, it's not clear. It's not clear why it's -5 and not more than that, because absolutely no way to play for white. Knight f4 on the board. 5 minutes left for Tan Zhongyi. Perhaps worth to mention that if the rook moves, then knight f2. Oh, say rook f5 doesn't change much. It's still knight f2, it seems. Knight f2. Oh, wait a second. I just blundered. I just blundered. So,
Okay,
yes,
so rook
so
f5.
that is the plan. Okay, finally, that is the plan. Rook f4. And I guess you go b6 or last
b6, queen f8 too.
Queen f8.
Yeah. Okay, at the very least you have knight e6 here. But do you really want to do that? It's
a good question. After discovering this rook f5 move, I'm a little bit, yeah. So b6, queen f8, yeah. You can drop the rook back because the knight is still important. No,
oh,
wait.
hang on. Since the rook is already leaving the h file, you can play knight e6 now, followed by queen h7 or queen h6, and now you're just entering the
Knight
h2.
e6 with a tempo.
Queen has to go.
C4 seems like the only square,
and then queen
then you get queen
h7
h6
or queen h6, yeah,
queen
whichever.
h6 to control this one.
And now queen h2 is coming.
Yeah.
I think that's it, yeah?
Yeah, so you're right, knight e6.
So rook f5 is still not a defense then?
No. Just one has to watch out for queen f8 or rook f8, but this is it, yeah. Quick overview. So this one is winning for Goryachkina, but she still has to be precise till the end. Munguntuul with Divya, not much has changed,
yeah.
so it's a lot of hovering around. This possibly is our longest game. Salimova with Lagno. Lagno is better. She's in fact up a pawn.
Wow.
She's up a pawn, and in this forthcoming time trouble, there's still 10 more moves to play. Lagno might just win.
And Tsolakidou Paehtz.
Tsolakidou with Paehtz.
It looks like it's gonna be a long game too.
Yeah, that's like Elisabeth managed to solidify everything, but the knight is still on g7 with no real potential of getting out of g7. So white is of course still has more pleasant position. It just the question is if white will find a way to break through.
And in a game between Assaubayeva versus Koneru, Koneru just played rook c8.
Koneru played rook c8. Now still like 2.
I like your idea. Queen h4, bishop b3.
Queen h4, king goes, bishop b3.
Maybe knight f7 now.
Knight f7, and then you take b6.
Many moves. You can even play what, queen e7.
Oh yeah. Let's win. Let's win like this. Queen e7, rook f8, and I guess this is where you take b6, like.
Or take d6, whichever. Yeah. Both are possible. And okay, Bibisara is reaching to play. What could be the move? I think it's she took on d6.
She took on d6 with the pawn.
Okay, and now
allowing rook c2.
But Koneru play rook c5 immediately.
Rook c5.
But there's always this queen h4 bishop b3, no?
Yeah, but I don't understand why rook c2 wasn't played. Rook
me
c5.
Me too. But it's queen h4 bishop b3. It's just wins immediately.
Yeah, in this case.
Because queen d8 is there if you play king f8. If knight f7, also queen d8. And I think it's gonna be over in a few moves. Queen h4 is already on the board.
Queen h4 on the board. Go here.
King
go
g8
here.
has to be played, forcing. It's a forced move. At bishop b3 is not yet on the board, but I guess that's the move she's gonna play. And yes, she just did it. Bishop b3, and there's a resignation. So therefore, Bibisara is the first one to finish on this round with a victory. This is a big win in the tournament for her.
Yeah. For a split, so now technically she's leading the tournament by number of points.
Right.
Yes, her game's finished, but yeah, we probably know that yes, Goryachkina is going to win, but she becomes the leader of the tournament by number of points.
Yeah, very strong play by Bibisara. I really like it. Like she doesn't really make any weakness in the opening, in the middle game, but she's becoming more patient now because she's just waiting for her opponent to make mistakes, and once Koneru did make the mistakes, she just punish her right away.
Yeah, Nice play.
Nice play by Bibisara. So let's move back actually to Tan Zhongyi versus Goryachkina, because here Tan
Knight
Zhongyi,
f4, rook h4.
Tan Zhongyi is now down to 2 minutes, and the position is, well, almost collapsed. But
wait a second. So what happens here? I don't quite get it. Knight f2. So rook f2, queen g3. It's game over, right?
yeah, it's made in one. Rook king f1, rook e1,
King
rook
f1,
d1.
rook h. Yeah, rook d1
d1 is
pre-move. Let's say rook d1 pre-move here. Yes. So after knight f2, this knight cannot be taken. What do you do? You take this guy. It's queen g3 checkmate. I don't even know. Like what do you do? Well, technically you play queen e3 and still somehow fight, but
Maybe queen f2.
yeah, I
But
thought
yeah,
queen
I don't
f2,
believe
but
this,
it's like you do fight for a bit, but pretty much with zero chances. Like queen and knight, you know, pretty much with zero chances of surviving. But I like how same way as Bibisara was like very concentrated and was spending her time. I like how Goryachkina also is not rushing this one.
Yeah, it is an important moment for her to.
Well, like queen e3 maybe indeed. So what's happening? Rook's hanging. She does take
Queen
on f2.
e3, yeah, knight takes f2 and queen e3 immediately. Okay, one way is to take
Do we
e4.
go for style points here?
Knight
Because-
e4 is there.
Yeah, knight e4 is good. But I thought style points to knight f1, knight d1. It's not the strongest move, but it also wins, I think. Because queen d2, you have check and take with the check. But yeah, knight e4, I guess, would be the strongest.
Also, there is this move knight h3, knight 4 h3.
Knight 4 to h3.
But I don't. And then knight e4.
After that,
You're
it's
forcing
knight
taking.
e4. King takes.
Queen
We're
dis-
not like we're
Oh,
not
no,
winning
no.
material.
I thought it was a mate. No, there's nothing. There.
It's
I
not
thought
like there is nothing.
Oh,
We are
knight
probably
g5
still
then.
winning.
No, instead of queen d7, there's knight g5. But then
Yeah,
king
but this is
walks
where
out.
I wasn't sure if there is anything, because we are like we have this discovered attack. but
Yes, yeah.
No. Let's be cynical. Let's just take stuff instead of giving stuff away. Knight h3, king h1,
Rook d3.
rook d3 also. In fact, like very, very convincing in my opinion. Just like, yeah.
Yeah, knight e4.
Knight e4 also wins. Yeah.
If you take anything on f4 with the rook, let's say rook h f4.
Pawn takes. Again. It's
Queen takes. And then you walk to this, let's say queen takes g3, and then just an extra piece in the end, yeah?
She knows she's winning. She's very calm. It's just about finding the move she likes the most, I'm guessing.
And, well, she needs to make 10 moves to the time control.
But yeah, there is no 10 moves left in this position. It's like I think your knight e4 is
She's reaching
very
something. Oh,
pleasant.
knight 4 h3. She goes for this
Knight
line.
4 h3, okay.
So king goes.
Oh, we
up.
said king g2, knight e4. King g2, rook d3 just wins on the spot, right?
Oh, right, yeah. Now how to stop it? I mean, g3 is lost now.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah, h3 and king h2. Well,
Knight
there is
g4.
double check, but also like rook d3 is universal recipe here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, rook d3 is there. And rook h3, it doesn't really help the position. Yeah, you are already in an extra piece right now, and yeah, you just start taking everything.
Yeah, it helps that you are not getting checkmated immediately, but after some moves.
Yeah. Okay, wow.
Okay,
It's
well
also
played.
another good game by Goryachkina.
Yeah,
She
thank you,
doesn't make
Goryachkina.
any mistakes.
Wait a second. Did she win like 3 in a row? I think she won against Divya with black. Then yesterday she won with white against her. I think she won 3 in a
Yeah,
row.
I think so too. She's on a roll.
So what was the Goryachkina's tournament? She drew Lagno in round 1. It was not an easy game at all. And second game...
Yeah, she almost lost on that game.
Second
Second
game I
game
don't
drew
remember.
against Bibisara.
Drew against Bibisara.
Yeah,
Right.
and then
And
three.
then 3 wins. Yeah.
Well, technically 2, but yeah, she's going to win this one. Looks like it. Divya, yeah, she won against Divya Tsolakidou yesterday, and potentially this one as well.
Yeah. Okay, let's quickly look at the other games. Munguntuul, Divya, nothing changes for quite a while already, so I guess they are reaching the time control, and okay, that's a nightmare. That can be a very long game. Salimova, Lagno. Lagno's winning according to the machine.
Wow.
Salimova is in a terrible time trouble.
What a comeback then.
Minus 2.4. The evaluation. Yeah, it's a combination of a very weak king and the c pawn, which threatens promotion, and also I'm guessing queen d6.
Queen d6 looks very strong. And then
She went rook d8, which is
oh, sorry.
yeah,
This is
similar.
White's turn to move. Yeah. So queen
c8 to d8. No. She could play queen d6. She could play queen d6, and instead, yeah, this was played. Rook d8. With the threat of rook d2, probably also very good move. Now I'm guessing after king e2, among other things, you can actually take.
Something just happened. Queen a5 is on the board.
Defending the a2
So
square.
instead of king e2, rook
defending-
d8.
Yeah, rook d8 and queen
a5.
a5. Yeah, so attacking the rook. Rook d3, I guess, was the tempo. Knight f5 though. Knight f5 g6, something like this.
Yeah, rook d3, knight f5.
Because this is a check, of course, but then there is no
nothing
follow-up.
else.
Knight is stuck, the e3 is hanging. Again, Lagno is a classy player, so I wouldn't even doubt that she's going to win. But this tournament being a disaster so far, I don't want to jinx it. And let's just wait till the end. However, yeah, that's the third game which looks clear, unlike Munguntuul's. And Tsolakidou Paehtz, while something happened, at some point Elisabeth in a time trouble went a5, ba5, queen a6, knight b3, queen b5. So White's upper pawn, it's an awkward pawn, double pawn on the a file, but nonetheless it's a pawn.
I think we have to switch back to Tan versus Goryachkina.
Yeah, let's witness
Because
those that are
might
finishing
be-
right now.
yeah.
Tan Zhongyi with Goryachkina.
So after
And-
knight h3,
Yeah, after knight h3, you were right. Rook h3, knight h3, king h1.
rook d8, very classic. Just wanna switch the rook back to the h.
So she played rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 is already played. Yeah, with the idea of rook h8 maybe, and rook f5. Tan just played rook f5.
Trying to limit the knight so it's not coming back or something. Nah, come on. This
I like
is-
knight f4 now, just to tell that, hey, I don't care about this. If you take the rook h8, and also a good way of showing that my knight is now free.
Yeah, knight f4 is a beautiful move. Yeah. And in
Rook
fact,
h8. She played rook h8. But I think it's okay too, because the only place for the king to go is G2, but now knight F4 comes with a check.
Yeah. The moment this knight escapes, it's actually, I mean, it's technically over a long time ago, but like white's only hope perhaps is like black somehow forgets about this knight, and then say you play rook h5 and arrest this knight on h3, something like that. Yeah, but your knight f4 would have been even better.
And there is a resignation by Tan Zhongyi after rook h8. Such a good game again by Aleksandra Goryachkina, and she wins 3 times in a row.
Yeah, she wins in a row.
Yes.
And also the way she wins, it's merciless. Like yesterday's game, today's game, the moment she gets advantage, she barely, like, she never lets it slip. Yes, that's
very convincing win.
If she plays like this, she's unstoppable.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess we still have to stick to the remaining 3 games, because they are closing into the 40th moves and also are in a time trouble right now.
Let's watch Salimova Lagno, because all the rest is not nearly as interesting. So here it can be decided anytime. Wait a second, let's check. Now I'm looking from the camera view, and a lot has changed in Munguntuul. Divya. I think something, again, they have the PGN mistake, and we do not have this game.
Yeah. So let's just switch
it's
to
like from the camera view, it looked like
there's
Divya made
B2,
progress. Yeah, so she collects some pawns, but regrettably we cannot follow it because of a PGN mistake. So here, Salimova against Lagno, Queen A5. Lagno is still thinking after Queen A5, it seems.
Okay, so let's double check again what's happening
So
then.
Rook D3 was one of the ideas. Right, Rook D3 was one of the ideas.
So Lagno is now, well, in my clock it's 9 minutes. But yeah, Salimova is down to 2 minutes. 2 minutes 35. Okay, Rook D3 looks really good.
What else could she possibly think of?
Is there any tactics with knight G4 or knight E4? Because the rook is under attack.
The rook is hanging with a check, right? So it's a little bit. It's kind of a strange time to look for the tactics, right? So she could consider, like even on a previous move when the rook was on C8, but now there is no check on D2. So I'm guessing it's very logical to go rook D3 or rook D5. I mean, some move with the tempo. Now one should definitely go after the king. Yeah, so just rook D3.
Okay, let's say rook D3. I will chicken out like knight G2.
Knight G2, yeah. Well, actually, it's a good move, I'm guessing. Yeah, kind of to defend it. Maybe it's not even that easy to, to get in there. Knight D5, you should be able to take C4.
I think so.
Yeah. C4, knight A3, there is like rook E4.
Even like
there is also
queen,
check. So
queen
check,
A8,
check.
queen E4.
There was check, yeah. Queen E8 and after king H7, queen E4.
Yeah.
Wait a second. So it's not as easy. It's not as easy. Minus 2.7, but one has to find the right move.
Oh, maybe it's something to do with queen D6, allowing rook takes C4, but then you go. It doesn't make sense though.
I was thinking of it. Queen D6, rook C4, but I can't make it work because of the check. There's still knight G2, D2 square is protected.
Rook D1.
Yeah, could be. Rook D1. Wait a second, check.
Yeah.
Here.
Queen F5.
Check.
G6.
Here.
Takes.
Here.
And mate in. Oh, it's not mate even.
No, the knight is like a very good defender.
It is a good
okay,
knight.
There is rook D2, but then king E1. And
wow.
we are lucky if we are not lost here.
Yeah, and we're getting checkmated. Okay, so gotta be careful.
Yeah, once again, for the record, queen D6 here was probably winning. because of seemingly like this double attack
Rook
thing.
d5.
Rook to d5, yeah, could be. Rook d5, attacking the queen. Perhaps planning for h5 if, let's say, if white plays a quiet move like queen c3. After queen a8, king goes. There is no option of taking on well, is that? Yeah.
There is,
Impossible.
but not as good.
Yeah, impossible.
Queen
Rook d2.
b4.
d5, queen b4. But then it's a good outcome for black
Because
black,
there is no check
black
on
wins
f5
a tempo,
anymore.
right?
Something.
Black wins a very important tempo. So now, do we like h5 here? Like exchanging even more pawns, opening new files, new diagonals. I wouldn't mind h5.
No, I think we can play rook d3 now. But she just did something. Yeah, rook d3, because now having the queen on b4, there might be knight d5, things like that.
But it's the same, right?
The queen was on a5 before, so now...
now knight d5, I can... my queen is hanging.
Yes.
So I can no longer capture c4
Rook
because
d2.
it's a check and rook... Wait,
Yes.
check, king f1. It's not the end yet. Or maybe it is. Or maybe it's not. No, it's not the end. Believe it or not, but I don't see how black's winning. So rook g2, there is queen c8. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And knight e3, queen e3. It's white who is winning.
Yeah, white is
Queen
winning.
c8, f5, and rook c8 checkmate.
Okay, rook d3 is already on the board.
Rook d3 played.
Yep. Okay, let's suppose it's knight g2.
0.7. We
Wow.
dropped a huge part of the advantage, and I guess because of knight g2.
Also, could it be... I mean, knight g2... What else? Knight
Like
f5?
queen c4.
If queen c4, then queen e3.
Yeah.
Then...
Rook d2. Yeah, I feel like this
probably
one should
just
be,
g5 even.
This one should be winning. Rook d3.
So I think e3 has to be protected. Yeah,
But
knight
goes
g4.
low and low. 0.5 already.
Knight g2 is on the board.
Knight g2 is on the board.
I'm so tempted to also play c3. But maybe that's not the good scenario. Yeah, I couldn't make any knight d5 work, yeah?
Look, once again, an argument for h5. It's same spirit as c5 move in Bibisara's game. You already have your winning ideas, and then you add more winning ideas. So, seriously, I'd be surprised if h5 is not winning in this position. It's just like too strong. But anyway, yeah. Well, maybe here, in fact, maybe I'm exaggerating because queen c4 and queen c8 is a threat. Okay, knight g2 played. Knight g2, keeping the position together. And now of course it's a surprise for Lagno because I believe originally she was thinking knight d5 and I just win. And then you come to realize that after this check, yeah, there is king f1 and queen c8 is a threat. And if not queen c8, that this should be the way to defend, right? I mean, let's say you go king e7, queen e4. Wow. Will it be a Houdini-like escape from Salimova? That being short on time and also, yeah, like under a very strong attack.
Also c3, the idea is to play knight e4. If you take knight e4, queen f6. So now knight e4 if queen takes and then rook takes c3.
Yes, if queen takes.
It's important to take on c3 because otherwise rook c8 check.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, this is winning. This is winning. So c3 is an option. Still somehow... Yeah, rook c3 loses to knight e4, yeah, once again. 94.
Or maybe it's
pawn
better to
takes.
take on g4. Like we can win a pawn instead of e4. Ah, but it doesn't attack c3 if knight g4.
Knight g4, king. No, wait. Knight e4 is good. Sorry,
No,
rook
rook c3.
Knight e4 is good. I'm thinking, okay, if I take here,
Queen
you give a
f6.
check, knight here. You have to take with the rook, right?
Yep.
But it's good enough, yeah. It's good enough, of
But
course.
is there anything else that's more convincing? It looks like there are many tactics here, but I couldn't really find it.
No, c3 is good because we are about to. It feels like we are about to lose the c4 pawn, right?
Oh, knight d5.
No, she plays knight d5. She couldn't find c3, and after knight d5, we were not sure, right? Queen takes. Check on d2 and king f1, and we couldn't find the follow-up.
So maybe in this position we shouldn't capture anything, but improve the queen position on e6. Maybe queen d6.
But then check.
Yeah, that's something that I don't like.
Then check. And
Wow,
you have
could Kateryna be missing this?
I think she no. Now the evaluation is equal after knight d5.
Yeah, because queen takes c4, yeah,
Queen c4.
and it's already played.
Queen takes c4. Yeah, she really missed it. She really missed this trick with c3.
And she gave a check on d2. King f1 immediately played.
Of course. Now, Salimova, recall yesterday's game. Like, when it's about finding only tactical moves not to lose, she's very good.
Yeah.
She's very good even in a time trouble. So in seconds, she finds those best moves. And Lagno's clock is ticking as well. She's down to like 4 minutes. Meanwhile, like quick update, Munguntuul with Divya. I think Divya is completely winning, and also they passed the time control. And then Elisabeth Paehtz with Stavroula.
This is gonna be the longest game.
Well, according to the machine, Stavroula's winning, but still, like 3 moves to reach the time control. A board full of pieces, so definitely it'll be the longest game. So it depends on the resolution of this one, of course. Lagno versus Salimova. King f1. Well, the problem is there is no move for black to even keep the game going. So it's just gone. Like you have to. I guess you just have to go for
Is it better now for white? No,
no,
right?
it's
equal. So you just have to watch out queen c8, queen f5 then, yeah? So what about, okay, I don't know, queen e7, let's say, just to prepare g6 when it is necessary. I mean, I don't know.
But then we are a pawn down and other things, right?
When she realized that she couldn't do anything else, like so she has to come to defense, right?
I'm not saying like black is better or anything. Or rather, white is better. No, yeah, after queen e7, maybe I have to go like rook e1. I thought like if you wanted to force a draw, then you could go rook a2.
Yeah.
Now this is impossible, and then white just goes and trades the queens. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe rook a2 is.
Maybe queen e7 is still. Yeah, I don't think white's better after queen e7. So
but I think when she realized that she couldn't really checkmate the white's king, she has to sort this out, and then rook a2 clarify the position.
Wow. It's such an unlucky choice of. So here there was little doubt. Like it's 5 moves from reality. It was so clear black has to have like decisive advantage, but then like rook d8 was an unlucky choice, I'm guessing. She's done everything correctly, but it happens so that after king f1 white is holding. Down to 2 minutes, and in reality I think to even less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, it is less than 2 minutes for Kateryna actually.
Well, today there was a chance that all the games would be decisive.
Yes.
Right, but now it looks like Salimova is going to hold the draw against Lagno.
Let's just come back to Munguntuul versus Divya, because I have a feeling that there might be some resignation coming up soon. Oh, okay. Let's see.
No. Let's watch
This one.
here.
Rook A2 is on the board.
Rook takes A2 on the board, and now, like you just
The
go.
Queen C8
Just
takes
go
takes,
Queen C8
and then just play that position. Probably they'll agree for draw after passing the time control letter. Yeah. Do you see anything else apart from Queen C8 here?
Thinking,
Because it looks very dangerous.
can I go E4?
Queen C8 is already on the
Yeah,
board.
Queen C8
E4.
is on the board. Queen C8, Rook C8, King H7. The knight's a bit awkward, but you can play E4.
Yes,
right?
E4, and then the knight frees up.
Knight gets to E3. Yeah, it's just a draw.
And then they are going to enter move 40 soon. This is Salimova's move 40. Coming up soon after
Well,
K7.
the question is, will Lagno try to play this equal position? Because I understand all the disappointment that she has, like after, having such a winning position, and letting it slip. I imagine she could kind of, out of disappointment, continue the game even in this equalish position. On the other hand, like Rook C5, E4. No chance. So, wait a second. What's the current? Move 39.
This one,
so,
yes.
Yeah, move 40 for
Salimova right now. Yeah, I think she has no risk anymore, but let's wait until move 40. Actually, on the other hand, there's also Tsolakidou Paehtz.
Let's check Tsolakidou
because this one
Paehtz.
has been clarified.
That looks
The other
like
one
a
is
draw.
very complicated now.
Tsolakidou Paehtz, much better for white according to the machine. Queen D3, knight back to D4 to the active squares.
And this is the current position.
That's the
and
current position.
Paehtz is actually having under 30 seconds right now.
But it's one loss. No, two moves.
No. Two more moves. Two more moves, and
moves.
it could be decisive. I mean, 2 more moves and
Okay,
this
E6
position.
is hanging. E6 is hanging. What do? You go Rook F6, I'm guessing.
Oh my gosh, 10 more seconds for Paehtz. She has to move, and she just moved Queen G5.
Queen G5. What's Queen G5? Allowing this, but no, wait a second. I feel like something doesn't work for black. Wait, can I do this? Can I take on E6? Then guess knight E6, Rook E6.
You can.
And this doesn't work because the Queen G3 I'll block, and Rook F3 kind of does work, but also it should be winning for white.
Yeah, I think it is winning for white. The king is kind of trapped there.
Yeah, like
Looks just
there could be a better way, of course, but.
And can we switch back to Munguntuul versus Divya just for 2 seconds?
They've passed the time. You
No,
mean like it can be over anytime
It is
soon.
over now.
Yeah.
So Divya won the game. Munguntuul just resigned there.
So they were hovering around for a very long time. And then Queen A7, Knight D3, Knight B2 was blundered. So there was a
some
nice
tactical-
trick.
nice trick there.
So they traded all the rooks and Queen A7, and you don't have a defense.
You don't even have Queen D7,
Nothing,
or
yeah.
Queen F3 here because Queen F8 is there.
So here, Knight B2, Queen F2, and it's a winning position. So nice win for
Nice
Divya.
win by Divya. Yeah.
And Munguntuul still continues to suffer with the white pieces. She's 0 out of 3 with white.
Yeah. But
2 wins with black, but 0 out of 3 with
100%
white.
as black,
Yeah.
but yeah. Okay, so let's switch back to Tsolakidou Paehtz.
Tsolakidou
One more
Paehtz.
move to make.
Well, it's plus 4 point, plus 3, 7. I don't know. the answer is it's not knight takes e6. It's
I think
something
it's rook
else.
e5.
Ah, yeah. Wait, you can just go rook e5
Because
first.
if queen h6, king g3, something like that. Oh, what is that? King h1? Interesting. You want to play rook h2?
King h1, I don't know, feels wrong.
Feels wrong to me too, but I think
wrong,
she's
yeah.
just panicking
Okay,
right now.
she's unpinning the g pawn. She was possibly afraid of some like jump to f5 or something. But king h1, like seriously, king h1 was played.
Okay, 13 seconds left for Elisabeth. She has to start moving.
But
Just
it's move
one more,
forward here, right?
just one more move, and she played, I think, rook 4 f6.
King h1, rook 4 f6, which, by the way, allows white to take on e6, right? Oh, no, same thing. Then f3 is hanging. Yeah, king h1.
And now, okay, they just passed the time control. And let's quickly check what happened on the game between Salimova before we take our break. Because both of the games that remain right now for round
Yeah, well,
number 5.
Salimova Lagno is, of course,
It's
drawish now.
It's drawish, but it could be a long game, yeah? Because maybe
It's hard to usually-
one of them will play,
Nah.
we'll keep playing.
Come on. This is...
So they already passed the time control, but the time will only be added once the player gets 0-0 for their original time. So not too confused for the viewers there. Salimova doesn't have 45 seconds. She has like 30
she has
minutes.
half an hour and
Yeah.
45 seconds. So this game's going, but can be a draw anytime soon when the dust settles. And Tsolakidou with Paehtz is a real game, in fact.
Yeah. Rook e5, by the way, was just played, despite
Rook e5.
gaining an extra
yeah.
30 minutes, but Tsolakidou decided to play fast.
Rook e5.
Or maybe the queen is trapped. No, the queen is not trapped. The thing is, you shouldn't give a check on h6 or h4 because there is rook h2. So the only square is queen c1 maybe.
f4
Oh,
is
queen f4.
technically here.
But yeah, I think she's gonna have a long thing here, whether queen f4 or queen c1 is the move. So I guess it's the good time for us to take our break because all the players, 2 games remaining, they just gain another 30 minutes
so they
on the
reached the
clock.
time control, and we have the results. Goryachkina leading after a win against Tan. Then Assaubayeva, somewhat surprisingly, but a very nice win against Humpy Koneru, places her second in her standings. And then Divya wins with black against Munguntuul.
Yep.
2 games in progress, and we will be back after some 10 minutes break.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨局中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋给和下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone. And turns out Lagno's game just finished during our break, so we already have 4 games finished and 1 still remains. That's the game between Tsolakidou versus Paehtz. But let's quickly see the end of the Lagno's game.
Yeah. Well, maybe a few moves before, during the time control, we suspect that there was well, definitely big advantage for Lagno at some point, and I guess after going for rook d3 and especially knight d5, this is where she let it slip. After rook d2, king f1, surprisingly, black had nothing, and originally I think one could miss that this is not winning for black but losing instead because of queen c8 and queen f5 was rook c8 to follow. So after king f1, Kateryna decided to take on a2, queens were traded, and yeah, there was not much to play for. The game ended like this, was the repetition. So as of now we have draw for Salimova and Lagno, so they are still tied for the last place, right? We're on -2.
Right, and it's now depending on the game between Tsolakidou versus Paehtz, because, well, if Paehtz
if Paehtz
loses this one,
she will be
on the
clear
last position. Yeah.
Right, and we have three decisive games. Goryachkina wins against Tan, and she's a sole leader. Assaubayeva beats Koneru to take a second spot, and Divya wins against Munguntuul. What's the score for Divya?
3.
3 + 1, yeah.
Yeah.
So she'll be tied with Koneru and Tan Zhongyi. Yeah. So that's the only game remaining. The evaluation is clearly in white's favor. So there was this somewhat nervous move, move 40 for white, king h1, but it didn't spoil anything.
Sorry, my mistake. Divya is actually on 1.5, so she just won. So
on 50%.
So now it's 2.5.
So she's back to 50%, Divya. Yeah.
Oh, what round is this? 5. Yeah, so it's 1 and then 1.5.
Queen e3.
So 2.5 now.
Queen e3, forcing the queen trade and also seemingly winning the e6 pawn. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's a clear approach that Tsolakidou is doing right now.
Queen takes, rook takes, e6 is falling. Rook e7 doesn't really help because
of g5.
g5.
So, counting the material, so white is actually up a pawn already right now.
Yeah.
And then if the e6 pawn falls, then it's going to be the second pawn.
Yeah, this looks well. Some techniques still required, of course, but should be relatively trivial after queen e3. What's important is to control the time. Yeah, so that now after the time control, so 20 minutes for Stavroula and 24, a little bit less than, or a little bit more than 24 for Elisabeth.
Is there any defense here in trying to get the e6 pawn defended? Rook c7. So
Rook c7,
Elisabeth,
she goes for counter attack.
Yeah, she goes for counter attack and trying to get to the c3 pawn. I mean, in a way, it's also delaying knight takes e6, maybe.
Wait a second.
Or maybe you can take it now.
Can you take on e6 right now? I guess you can. There's not much black can do, right?
Yeah, takes e3.
This.
Takes on e6.
This.
Takes everything on e6.
Yeah, but then g6, you don't want to be dropping g6 because there'll be two connected pass pawns, right? So you play a move like king f7 or something. And
but then rook b6 too.
Rook d6 or rook b6 should be relatively easy win.
Yeah, wow, this is a very tough event for Elisabeth. Yeah, after losing the first 2 rounds, it looks like she bounced back by drawing the next 2 rounds, but it looks like again now in the 5th round she might be losing this.
Yeah, and it's well, the trick with such round robins that if you start bad, well, in a Swiss tournament you're getting easier opponents, so you get the chance to kind of win a couple of games and go back on track. Here the opponents do not matter on your result, right? So you still face very, very strong players no matter what. So that's of course much better to, let's say, also much harder to come back to bounce back in the round robin tournament. Yeah, so I'm checking various options, but it seems it's kind of everything is the version of the same. Yeah, you could trade on f4 and then capture e6. I don't know if this one's any different. Yeah, well, maybe in this case black captures on c3 and then rook g6, king f7. Your rook is hanging and f3 pawn is hanging. So yeah, so white should indeed take e6. White should take e6. Then after knight e6, rook e6, queen e3, e3. Yeah, this is what. Well, maybe in this case you go king f7, right? And king f7, rook f6, king f6. But still.
But rook c5 is coming.
c5, rook h5, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I feel like it's still very tough, but maybe that's a better chance. How did we get there? Knight takes, we took on e6 first, then took on e3. King f7. Maybe white doesn't trade the rooks in this case, but goes here. Because after rook c5, at the very least, you have this move.
Or could it be worth it to check after queen takes f4, rook takes f4?
There's a check. After what?
Instead of knight takes e6, queen takes f4, rook takes f4, and then rook takes e6.
No, but this doesn't work.
Because rook is 7, yeah? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
It would be nice to like simplify everything, but yeah, it doesn't really work. Well, it's not lost, I guess, because too many pawns, but yeah.
Not something that white is
not something
trying
that
to
you
get.
want, yeah. Well, the other option could be to just take, go king g3.
Rook f6.
Rook f6, and then take. Maybe you take here.
Yes.
Now wait, if you take here, then after knight g5, this knight has 0 moves. I think this could be like a winning pattern without like white doesn't care how many pawns he loses on the queen side, so white wins by going rook e7, rook on the 7th rank somewhere, the other rook on the 7th. So this knight on g7 is awful. By the way, the knight on g7, move knight g7, was played on move 16. Now it's move 44. So 28 moves this knight is on g7.
So Elisabeth has this recurring pattern on having her pieces on the fiancero square. We remember when she lost her game against Tan Zhongyi, the rook on b7 didn't move for like 40 moves.
Yeah.
And now the knight on g7 is the...
Yeah, now the knight on g7 is there.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Elisabeth.
So once again, for those who might be joining us late, maybe a quick recap on what happened in those games that are finished. Tan Zhongyi with Goryachkina. I will not go through the entire game, but basically over here on move 11, Tan Zhongyi carelessly played castle, and after a couple of moves it turned out that black has a tremendously strong attack. And yeah, like after a few more moves, it was clear that it will be very hard or even impossible to survive, and eventually Goryachkina won. Munguntuul with Divya, there was some like very good opening preparation by Divya. She equalized and even get slightly better position. But then it was, yeah, let's say they've gotten something like that, and there was a lot of hovering around because Black couldn't find the way of, yeah, like how to win. And I think here Munguntuul was in a bit of a time trouble where she decided to go for these simplifications. Rook d1, queen d1, I guess implying that after knight takes there'd be some activization of white pieces, queen d7. And what she blundered was queen a7, attacking f2 through the knight, and after knight d3, knight b2 tactical shot decides the game.
And not only one pawn, it's 2 pawns.
Yeah, you lose 2 pawns, the king is cut,
and the third is coming soon
is
too.
falling, everything.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Munguntuul that somehow the king is on h2. If the king was on g2, I think
was the king on g2,
it's
it'd
fine.
be still fine. Right, so there was that, and Assaubayeva versus Koneru, there was also a very strange game till some point, because Assaubayeva played an English opening to not very aggressive, I would say, like purely positional. Till some stage it looked relatively balanced. Maybe white is a tiny bit better, and then Koneru decided to go for f5, which proved to be so wrong.
And after f5, the position just collapsed.
Yeah, all of a sudden white is just winning. So this, I don't know if queen d4, queen d4 runs into knight e7, knight c6. So you pretty much you don't have any alternatives.
Also, I don't understand bishop g6. I mean, if you
knight
want
e7 was threatening. But
but if you want to avoid
like go
this,
king h8,
and then if knight e7 happens,
no, d4 is a threat also.
After
knight d5, it's kind of a double threat to this bishop. It's knight e7 and d4 discovered attack.
And if bishop e6,
bishop e6,
I think it's also d4.
Might have been a better version of it. d4, queen d4,
and then knight e7, queen
no,
d3.
Can try this.
Yeah, you can try that because knight c7 is there.
If queen a3,
knight c7. If queen c8, knight e7. Yeah. So many forks coming all the way. Yeah.
Anyway, so bishop g6 here. Check d4. It was already clear that white is winning, and she won in style with this little move c4, c5. So nicely played by Bibisara, but Koneru, of course, has no one else but herself to blame for losing this game. And we are back to Tsolakidou with Paehtz. After rook c7, Stavroula takes her time.
Yeah. So we were seeing some variations with taking on e6 or capture f4.
You're not forced to. You can play queen d3, I guess. But was the queen on d3 already? Yeah, the queen was on d3. So queen e3, rook c7. If you play queen d3, that means you're returning back. Okay, let's once again discuss it in a little bit more serious way. How winning this one is.
Or maybe here rook.
Rook b6, I was thinking
but
of.
Takes rook c6.
Rook c6, b6 takes, rook c6, rook e5. Still winning.
Takes b6. Give it
d5,
check.
you can give a check, king g3, and if you take a2, white goes here, takes b7, 2 pawns.
Yeah. Yeah, white is standing better, of course.
No, not much to add to this. Like we simply have to wait for a few more moves to be played.
And Stavroula is actually under 10 minutes right now.
Ah, so that's a little bit of a lag
Yeah.
on
She
the digital
takes knight e6.
Yep. Knight e6. For Elisabeth, there is not a lot of alternative. It's either take the knight or take the queen, which leads more or less to the same position.
Queen takes.
Queen takes e3 first. Queen takes e3.
I think you have to take it with the e rook, yeah? Or maybe at this point it doesn't matter.
You mean e5 or e3? Yeah, rook e1 to e3, just to keep the pawn protected, just in case. Alright, if everything's exchanged. If everything's exchanged, then king goes to f7.
Here rook b6.
Yeah, rook b6.
So I think you shouldn't change that, but
if you take this guy, it's a check, king, then f6, for instance.
rook c2 is there, yeah?
Yeah. Some tricks still.
Or maybe your move rook d6 was better instead of rook b6. Yeah, just get after this pawn.
So if takes that, we take that, check, here, 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 and king moves. Still only one pawn.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if white's winning, but it's one pawn, it's not two pawns. King f6, I say g5, king e6, king g4. Yeah, I guess white's winning. Because rook b6 is a threat. I guess we'll see this one. Because, yeah, the massive exchange of all pieces happens. And yes, you can try king f7, but then white can... Nah, Elisabeth takes on e6
Yeah,
as well.
takes on e6 and on e6, and king f7 I think has to be played.
And once again, yeah, for people at home, would mention that this should be very easy for white to win because of connected passed pawns. I'm not sure if it's rook d6 or rook b6. Do you need this pawn? Maybe rook b6, but yeah, two connected passed pawns decide the game, of course. So rook takes, and
King f7.
king to f7.
So now it's rook b6 or rook d6?
b6 or rook d6, yeah. Plus 4.3 according to the machine, so that means decisive advantage really. So again, here the problem was rook c2, right? The problem was rook c2. I mean, you can get the pawn to a7, but then still one needs to win this one. Yeah, actually, I think I actually prefer rook d6.
Take c3,
Take c3,
d5.
take d5, check here. Up. h3 is fine, by the way. No one's gonna play king h3, but it's not so much different. Go here, king f6.
Yeah, she goes rook d6.
g5, king e6, and king g4, and I think this is
Yeah, that's
a win.
enough to win. And then eventually
This is
you'll
a
win the
win.
g6 pawn.
The threat is, yes, the threat is rook b6 check.
Rook c3 is on the board. I think we're gonna see this variation.
Rook d6.
Rook c3.
c3.
Yeah, Stavroula is just double checking before taking the d5 pawn.
She's down to 10 minutes, but yeah, now after the capture d5 and rook b5, I think kind of hard decisions are behind already. So Elisabeth's gonna try to find some resource here, but it's not that easy to do.
Is it worth saving the b7 pawn, like rook c7 here, let's say?
But then we are 2 pawns down in
Yeah,
the passive
that's
position, right? So white can do anything, like go rook b5 and stuff. King g3, that just wins slowly.
Yeah. Oof, very, very tough event for Elisabeth.
Yeah, like it went bad straight from the start, right? So she... What was the kind of chronological order? I remember she lost to Munguntuul really fast, but it was a second game, right?
It was the second game. The first game, it was this against Tan.
Ah, the very long game where
where
she
with the
was
rook
lost at some
b7.
point. She almost saved it. Yeah.
But Tan just played incredible endgame.
Yeah, now the dust has settled and the evaluation is merciless for black. It's +6. So white slowly but surely wins everything.
So tomorrow is the rest day. Do you have any plan?
Not me, but what I was told that participants gonna go for some, you know,
Some excursion.
yeah, something like that. The rest day is for rest for me, so my plans are very modest. I'm thinking it could be me as the person, but also I think my friends, like if we would have a free day during the tournament, it's very unlikely that like you go somewhere for a road trip of some sort, because it's, you know, it's emotions, and chess players usually have to stay kind of focused in the zone, so to speak, right? During the tournament. So, well, of course, bad emotions are bad, but also sometimes like too much of good emotions, new stuff can also kind of harm your concentration. So chess players on average, like during the tournament, are not very fun people to be around. Like, you know, mostly concentrated on like previous game, next game, what I have to do, what opening does he play, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think most of the participants as well for tomorrow, they are choosing to rest.
Yeah, like almost like a passive rest, like maybe go to the spa or, you know, just stay. Yeah. Ideal case scenario, I think, if you can avoid preparing during the rest day, because some people still cannot stop and they would spend the entire rest day analyzing and...
Because you have this feeling that you should keep up with the routine, but also at the same time, I think it's also good to give your body and mind a break from all of this. But there's always this guilty feeling that, oh, maybe if I don't prepare
a little bit more, right, for this game tomorrow, maybe it's gonna go better.
Yeah, so it's always unsure. My approach is also, of course, different whenever I have this free day. Sometimes I go just rest, or sometimes I just, you know, prepare actually. So it would be depending on the tournament situation.
Yeah, speaking of tournament situation, Goryachkina is unstoppable. What's that? 3 out of 3.
And then who
Very
does
serious. She still has to play. Yeah, we have to check.
So she has Paehtz on the round 6. And she has Munguntuul round 7.
She didn't play Koneru. No.
She plays Koneru on round 8 and Salimova on the last round.
Yeah. Okay. Rook a3 was played.
Rook a3, yes. I think we'll... Oh, so she plans to take on a5 instead. But this is unavoidable, yeah? You play rook b5
That's
now.
the same. I mean, you can go king g3 or rook b5, whatever. It'll be the same thing. I guess you could. Well, one thing you could do, you could just run here.
And after rook a3, f4.
Yeah, I get the king to g5 and yeah, like f4, king g5, and it should be also like relatively easy win. But again, this is perfectly fine. Yeah, like here. Yeah, now if the king goes back to g8, this is where you go king h4, king g5.
Yeah. Also, yeah, playing rook b5 immediately, I think it's also fine.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. Yeah.
Rook b5, rook a2, king g3.
2, king g3, and this one's hanging with a check. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Should try for some stalemates maybe, but there is no such thing as stalemate in chess. Like not in this position for sure. Okay, Stavroula decides to double check. She has a bit less than 10 minutes to do so. But yeah, but that's the thing, like any sane move in this position just wins, right?
Yeah, just as long as you don't fall into taking on b7 too fast, because then you might
you lose both pawns,
lose both
right?
pawns on the a file.
And the question is like, do you still win or no?
This
really,
should be drawn.
Not really. This is just a draw. No, I just thought somehow maybe the king sneaks in, but no.
Yeah, king g3 is good, rook b5 is good.
G3 takes. Yeah, once again, if I try my strange idea of going king h4, if black goes king f6 and I give a check, say king e5, this is maybe what you don't want to be doing.
I think it's
like
fine,
it's winning, but like
no, this is winning. f5 is
probably,
untouchable.
Yeah, there is rook f6 or otherwise
rook g5,
you go
yeah.
king g5 or king g3. Yeah.
So Stavroula played rook b5 here.
b5, good. Yeah.
So rook takes a2 probably, and then king g3, and then we see this variation again that we discussed before.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, I guess we have no choice but to wait a while. Of course, it's understandable if... Well, I mean, basically there are two choices for Elisabeth, like reside right now if you understand the position is lost and your opponent will convert it, or really like spend all of your time trying to find like a sudden chance. But so far, I don't even see where it comes from, the sudden chance. It's like it's... winning, and it's winning like relatively straightforward.
Yeah, it's tough. Okay.
King f6. Oh, wait a second. So check here, king f6. I just realized that this check probably wins even faster. Or rather, immediately. It's king e5, you take the pawn, king to the 7th, you take the other pawn with a check, and king g5, you go f4, you go f5. This is it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So there isn't even need for like this slowish approach. You just give a check on b6, and this is it. Well, she did play. No.
She hasn't played.
Yeah, rook b5. Rook b5 is played some time ago, so Elisabeth is looking for the move. something like king f6 here, and after king g3 to go g5 doesn't make any difference. Not really, right? I mean, you can take, but even easier is to give a check. King, yeah, if king g5 you just take, I guess. Or no, you just go here, right? You can do anything. You can actually take. And then this, rook f5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very straightforward. Yeah, I was just looking at from the other results as well from the previous, actually the first leg. So our leaders right now, right? Goryachkina and then Bibisara. And then I think on the third place, who could it be? Divya, yeah, with 2.5.
Divya 50.
Oh, Tan Zhongyi.
Tan Zhongyi +1 and Koneru +1. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're sharing.
Yeah.
They're sharing the third
Tied
place.
for the third. Yeah.
And
out of those, who has played the first leg? I think
Bibisara played the first leg.
Bibisara played the first
and
leg.
she finished in the podium.
Mm-hmm.
So
Nice,
I think
nice.
she came second on that Grand Prix because Kashelinskaya won the first leg, and then Bibisara, and then Stavroula was getting the third place. Yes. Yeah, so it's
So Bibisara proves in this tournament that this first result wasn't, an accident. Wasn't a fluke. Yeah.
the same goes with
nice.
Stavroula. Yeah.
Nice. Yes, Stavroula also. What's her score? She was on +1, then she lost yesterday. Now she's bouncing back to +1, right? So she'll be also tied for the. Yeah, it's a huge tie for the third. So the tournament splits even further. You have, if this finishes like we think it's going to finish, that you have Elisabeth on -3, you have Lagno and Salimova on -2, and you have a lot of people in plus.
Yeah. So so the third place is a three-way tie. Yeah, Koneru, Tan Zhongyi, and Tsolakidou.
Yeah, but still 4 rounds to go. Anything can happen.
And Rook takes A2.
Rook A2 played. Okay. The
King
whites,
G3.
Yeah. There's no reason for white to think in this position because King G3 comes automatically. Okay, let me try to be clever. King G8.
But this is the thing, when King G8 happens, can I try to play Rook B6?
Yeah, same thing. You attack the G pawn. And even with the king on F8, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You attack the G pawn.
And if you take A5, take G6 and come back to B6, and the rook stuck on A7.
But also this wins, right? Or here it's no, you can't play Rook A3. That's the thing. Like black cannot, like if you go Rook A3, it's F4 and King G5 next move. If you play Rook F2, then I can play Rook B3 and same next move King G5 and also winning the G6 pawn with an active king. Yes, it's impossible to do anything. Literally impossible to do anything. You gotta move the king, I guess, because also worth mentioning, if white takes b7, then the win is just automatic. How do you win this one, for instance? Check here.
Rook A7.
Rook A7.
Anything actually wins. You can also play
A7, G5,
A6,
King G6 again. Yeah, let's keep the king cut.
Actually, no. This is this shouldn't be the way actually. It's not the most, not the easiest way to win it.
Yeah, that's why I actually stopped here. I was curious how do we. Well, I guess in this particular case, this wins like.
You have to give a check, but then king h4.
Yeah.
And this
Check.
actually made
King
made by
h4.
force.
You have to go g5.
Takes.
King g6, and then
Check. Yeah.
this,
a6.
this. And then white will be moving the whole setup slowly. G6, king h5. You know.
Like a staircase. King g8 is now on the board, so
King g8 on the board. So now
Yeah, I like
you know,
your-
rook b6 is good, but also king h4,
Yeah.
king g5.
I think king h4 is a bit slow. I mean, both are good, but I think rook b6 just already showing the intention. I'm gonna win one of the pawns, so
Yeah, fair enough.
I think it's more
But
practical.
well, I don't. Depends on, I guess, on the school, because I know, like the king has to be in, you know, the king has to be in the game, in the end game. And
King
Stavroula
f4.
kind of agrees. She goes to f4, which is pretty much the version of the same. So the king wants to go in. Now there is rook a3. Now there is rook a3, which was played relatively quickly.
And probably now rook b6, yeah.
Now, yeah, rook b6. I mean, it's so dominant that after g5, you might as well take and
Then take b7.
this guy, yeah, because the king is cut off. You have these two pawns. Okay, still some time needed.
Right. Yeah, I think, well, Elisabeth has to try to mud the water, but there is very limited choices that she can do in this position.
g5.
Just take.
Is king g? No.
That works as well. But okay, rook b7 is the easiest.
b7 here.
You can throw in king g6.
Yeah,
even.
you go king g6, and you don't even need the a pawn because this is like Lucina position,
Yeah.
right? You just go here, and that's easy, or whatever. I think she'd better decide on something, because the worst that can happen in such a winning position is that like you leave yourself literally with seconds, then you blunder something, and there is a decision to take, and you don't have the time, right? So for now, you are choosing between like two very winning positions. I mean, I know it doesn't make sense like linguistically, but like completely winning positions, let's call it.
Ooh,
She
king
went
g5.
king g5. Something that I'm not necessarily a big fan of, even though I thought of it myself and I thought it is
Rook
winning.
f3, I think just take on b7.
Rook f3 takes on b7. Yeah,
There might be a
that's the
transposition
point.
to what we saw.
Well, yeah, you know what? It is clever because she's threatening a6, a7, and the pawn promotes by itself. So
You have to stop it.
In fact, black is limited to one and only move rook a3, after which is king g6 with the tempo because the checkmate is threatened. Yeah, so it is not very different, well, rather exactly the same as the line that we've checked. Yep,
It's just a transposition.
it is. Yeah. Well, yeah. For the record, if that wasn't a checkmate, let's say black captures and this is not a checkmate, and you go like h5 and rook a8. Yeah, with the knight pawn, this is not winning. Like with say all of that would be on the F file.
Or maybe easier give a check first, yeah?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Like here, you could go for the Philidor position, but even like the passive, the 8th rank defense with the knight pawn and the rook pawn, obviously, is not a win. But yeah, but for this, white has to kind of avoid checkmating in one move. Not the hardest for sure. Here I don't even know what could possibly be a chance. There is absolutely nothing. There's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, if there is no pawn on a5, you could...
you just go rook f8.
It's just your rook f8. Or even rook f7.
Yeah, you can go rook f7, but rook f8 is enough. You know.
And yeah, she goes back. Rook a3. I think we'll see king g6 soon on the board.
There's king g6. Yep.
King f8.
King f8. So now it depends. I mean, of course, I keep saying like you don't need the a pawn, but who would give the a pawn voluntarily? I don't think it happens. You go rook a7, you go g5.
Or you give a check first and rook a8 also here, just to make way for the g pawn. And rook a7 immediately, actually.
Rook a7, yeah. Well, there is something nice about having the black king cut on the last rank. So that's why.
Yeah, you can give a check
you
at any
can
point.
give this check anytime, yeah. So king g6, king f8, rook a7. And black has to just like sit and wait.
Rook a4. I think g5 is coming soon.
Yep.
And they're approaching move 60, currently on move 58, because I see the score sheet. The new score sheet has been
the arbiter is there
provided
with
by
the
the
new score sheet,
arbiter.
right? g5, yeah, not a lot of choice for black. Rook a1.
And now maybe it's time to give a check, or even a6. a6.
Yeah. Look, like one of the things to do is just to give check, go a7.
And then rook h8, yes?
Yeah.
Rook a2. Yeah, I think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's
rook
the
a8,
fastest
a7,
way.
yes.
And then after this check, you go away.
h4, h5.
And black is one tempo short. King f7, and you go rook h8, and you win, right? Because like if you do literally anything else and king g7 happens, it's a draw, even though we are 2 pawns up. But rook h8 wins, of course.
So I guess today is the record then if this game wins by
Yeah, it'll be
Tsolakidou.
4 decisive.
We have 4 decisive results.
Not too far from 5 decisive, right?
Yeah,
'Cause Lagno
it was
winning at
almost
some
5
point.
decisive results.
Check, king e7, and yeah, I mean it's so
A7.
winning. You can go king g7, and yeah, she goes a7. She goes for the shortest one. Yeah, yep. I just realized after this check you go to g7.
No, that works, sir. Rook f8 is
rook
there.
f8, yeah. Yeah, Elisabeth knows herself that this is lost. It's very hard to come to terms with such.
Even rook h7,
result,
king
yeah.
h7 also works, yeah?
Yeah, king g7.
King g7 is already played.
g6.
Rook f8 is coming too. Rook a1. Rook a6 here. King g7 and rook a1. Yeah.
Rook f8.
Yep. And I think after rook f8, Elisabeth will resign. And she did.
Yep. Rook f8.
Okay, what a game by Tsolakidou. I think she was better straight out of the opening, and then she, I think, converted everything very well. She didn't give any chance for Elisabeth to make a counter attack or counter strike to the position. So let's take a look at the results of today's games. Round number 5, we have 4 decisive results.
Almost 5 decisive.
Yeah,
So
let's remind ourselves of the result of all other games. Tan Zhongyi lost against Aleksandra Goryachkina, who is now leading alone. And Batkhuyag Munguntuul lost against Divya Deshmukh. Nurgyul Salimova managed to save the game and drew against Kateryna Lagno. Bibisara Assaubayeva won a beautiful game against Humpy, and Stavroula Tsolakidou won against Elisabeth Paehtz, who is now on the clear last position. And let's take a look at the cross table after round 5.
So
Goryachkina.
wait a second. So it's Goryachkina.
Yeah, Goryachkina.
+3 and has to play Paehtz, Koneru, Munguntuul and Salimova. And her closest rival, Bibisara, has to play Lagno, Divya Deshmukh, Tan Zhongyi. So I would argue that Goryachkina, not only she has half a point more, but also like easier opposition if it applies. Okay, I know there is no such thing an easy game in this tournament, but still somewhat of an easier opposition. On 3 points, Tan Zhongyi, Stavroula Tsolakidou and Humpy Koneru, all with the same 2 wins, 1 loss, right? So same results. Then who else do we have? 2.5 for Divya Deshmukh after today's win, back to 50%. 2 points for Munguntuul, and she's alone on -1, yeah, without a single draw. And a tie at penultimate position, Salimova and Lagno. And then last place for Elisabeth Paehtz so far with 2 draws only.
Yes, so let's talk about game by game what happened today. So the first game that finished today was Bibisara Assaubayeva versus Humpy Koneru, and the game went smoothly for Bibisara, who punished Humpy's F5. It was a bad decision by Humpy, and the position got collapsed immediately.
Yeah, Goryachkina somewhat effortlessly got an advantage against Tan Zhongyi straight from the opening. Well, careless castle short, and after this, yeah, with relatively simple moves, developed very strong attack and pretty much never let her advantage slip. So very important win for Aleksandra Goryachkina against Tan Zhongyi.
And Divya Deshmukh showed a really good preparation against Munguntuul's ruler pass and finally managed to punish Munguntuul's on some tactic due to time trouble.
Yeah, Kateryna Lagno for a very long time was pressing with black against Nurgyul Salimova, but around move 40 let her advantage slip, so the only draw of a round is between Salimova and Kateryna Lagno.
And the last game to finish in round 5 was Tsolakidou versus Paehtz. Tsolakidou was better straight out of the opening and managed to hold everything very well and converted the game in a very smooth manner, and therefore that concluded game 5. And tomorrow is the rest day for everyone.
No round 6.
Oh,
no
sorry.
round 6. Tomorrow
No round
is
6,
a free day.
Tomorrow
Yes.
is the free day, and we'll come back on the day after tomorrow for the coverage of round 6. So stay tuned with us, and yeah, see you after the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, see you after the rest day, guys.